Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the match. That's the wrong number. Sorry about that.
We're starting off our first match of the Invite League season here with University of Minnesota Duluth against...
Nope, that's not it. That's
UMD, sorry.
University of
UMD,
Maryland, College Park.
University of Maryland, College Park against the Rochester Institute of Technology here. First map will be bringing us to Border with the first ban coming out here.
Yep.
Should be coming up shortly. Defender bans first. So let's see what we have on the board.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, gotta...
Looks like instead of starting off our match, we'll be doing a quick rehost, swapping the teams onto the correct sides, getting that started back up again.
Sorry about that. It's been a very, very long day for me, especially in getting things correct today. It's been interesting. It's been interesting because all you see right here on the stream, I coded myself for the past like 3 days. What do you think of that, Enrage?
It's looking good so far. I'm really proud of what we've got, and I think that it'll be really good moving forward.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm gonna go ahead and stop being bad at this. First attack, orange team attacks on that, and I really have to apologize to everyone here. I've just been running at like 100 miles per hour. As soon as I sat down on this computer, I have not stopped, and things are just running wild in my mind. And that is just over the excitement I have for starting off this this season. What about you, Enrage?
I'm really hyped to be back behind the desk, getting going here. I'm really hoping to get some good matches going this season. Not that they weren't good last season, they were absolutely fantastic. But I'm really excited to see what the teams have to bring this season. Some new teams on the board. Hopefully we get to see some new plays, some new strats, and of course, some more good matches.
So I believe that they are, just to fix up what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, that one.
University of Maryland, College Park.
Yeah. I did mess up my acronyms a little bit there. But yes, it is College Park, the university in Maryland, against the Rochester Institute of Technology in the state of New York. So, without further ado, it seems that the teams will be readying up any second now, and they will be getting started.
Alright. I'm just waiting for them to hit that MF R button, because I'm pretty sure that they have it should be set up.
Looks like our teams are just kind of working out who to ready up here for a sec.
Oh, I think I just did the wrong thing, and I might have muted them on my end, because I thought that I was muting their mics, not their actual chats. So I'm gonna have to fix that in just a little second. Or not, okay. I can only report them for toxic behavior now. Any predictions as to what RIT is gonna be coming up with?
Based on their previous performance on Border, they're a very strong team here. They have a lot of presence here. I mean, as a team especially, they have a lot of time put into making sure that they cooperate as a unit and working together through all of their strats. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of really good entries and a lot of plants coming out from RIT. Although on defense, I wouldn't be surprised to see quite a bit of anchoring as well. They do like to focus a lot more on, I would say, team play than some other teams. They like to rely more on working as one cohesive unit. And I think that that's what makes them so prominent on a map like Border, where it's very, very team reliant.
Very interesting that Blackbeard and Ying have gotten banned already. Looks like RIT is just denying fast plants overall from College Park's side, along with University of Maryland just not wanting to deal with any Blackbeards at all. Hopefully, trying to take some control over control over the balcony outside of Armory. But Mira ban also going out. What do you think that's about? I don't think Mira. It's never mind. It's Border. Of course you banned Mira, and of course you banned Discount Mira Maestro.
Right. With the presence of Mira, especially on Armory, you have so much that you can hold from there. You can hold all the way through CCTV on that entire balcony. Depending on where you set up your second Mira, you can hold offices, fountain, you can hold west balcony. Pretty much just most of the foreseeable area around site you can hold with Mira. As far as Maestro goes, I would say that he's also a very, very solid pick. His plant denial's through the roof, especially with the ability to put his Maestro cams way up on the walls with the ability to climb on top of the PC inside of archives.
Mm-hmm.
And also just being able to pop it on the little alcove near half wall in Armory. He has some really, really good spots for those Maestro cams that make it very hard to get rid of them and also makes it very easy for him to deny plants. Interesting to see the Thermite without any sort of direct support op here coming out from RIT though. It's generally you'll see it with something like a Twitch or a Thatcher, which with neither of them being banned, it's a little surprising not to see, saying that both of them do have a rather robust loadout as well. But the IQ being present does mean that they will have the ability to detect gadgets that they might not be able to without having her. And IQ has seen a bit of a resurgence recently, being a bit more of a favored pick in a lot of ranked gameplay, just due to, I think it's the amount of media she's been getting regarding her loadouts lately. As far as the other operators I'm seeing here goes, the defense seems to be pretty standard. We're going to be reinforcing Armory Wall, reinforcing Fountain, trying to get that hold off so that no one can get any sort of sneaky plays from the hallway.
Apologies for that. I apparently have had the wrong view this entire time. Sorry. I've been focusing on trying to get, like, observing correct, and... okay.
And it is important to note that Duke is very, very busy. He's been handling a lot of workload behind the scenes, so he is under a lot of pressure, so please give him a bit of slack. But yes, we are moving into the round one here. It looks like the defenders are all set up now, just making their final rotation holes, getting those smoke holes prepped for those beauties. Doc getting up on top of the computer inside of archives, making sure that he's able to get a nice angle outside, is going to spot out the first drone from Quetzal and take that out with ease, leaving it undroned. They do know he's there, however, and they will get a shot through the window with Glaz from Quetzal, droning himself a bit there and making it a nice first shot.
Looks like Shy Jackal has already entered into break room here, already trying to take the hallway, takes out the camera, and has already cleared it for his team. Quetzal is going to stay on air conditioning, just trying to find somebody out of position here. You know, Shy Jackal is trying to use that IQ scanner to find somebody who's got a drone out, possibly get a headshot, just kind of lucky. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. 1 minute 30 coming down here.
Looks like Rocket's going to be getting those air jabs set up outside, trying to work that angle for mentality so that he can get that Capitao crossbow ready to go down Armory hallway.
Oh, headshot onto Quetzal.
Nice. Working through the window there, getting a nice headshot off onto Quetzal. That will be Glaz off the board, and a lot of fragging potential as well. Clayman getting one, not Zen following it up with a quick second headshot. Blue card, however, refragging that with a headshot from Thermite. No Lag getting a nitro cell from below with the Bandit.
It's down to
very,
just
very
Rocket.
Fast progression.
Rocket picks up a frag onto Flaming Cayman. It's 3v1, 55 seconds. He does have the diffuser, goes outside, trying to find some way to salvage this. Oh, just hits the smoke through the smoke.
Will be in a 1v3 scenario, however, two of the defenders are pretty chunked for health as far as that goes. There is a Jaeger still at full health on site. JS using his last smoke beauty there that will delay it for another 10 seconds, putting about 20 seconds on the clock. However, he is under 25% HP, meaning he will go down to the next shot he takes. Does have that British shotgun as well on his side, which will give him a bit of pressure, but not enough. Rocket getting a nice headshot, but picked up by No Leg.
From behind, too, I believe. Yep, No Leg chooses to do the flank just as Rocket goes around the corner and picks up that headshot on the flank.
Overall, that was a really, really good play from No Leg there. His flank got him 2 very, very, very clean kills there. A very nice kill early on with that nitro cell going up main stairs, and then a second from the flank around behind. Just really, really well played on the timing for that. Looks like we are going to be seeing an Echo pulled out from Flamin' Clayman. Very, very common pick, and a very good one at that as well. The Echo plant denial having 2 yokai drones now is extremely potent, and his ability to go invisible with those yokai drones as well allows him to work without really having to worry too much about being spotted by the attackers unless they have an IQ, which we did see in the previous round, and hopefully may see again to counter that. And it looks like we did see a 6 pick onto the IQ there, just as mentioned.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Starting off, they're going to be working in workshops, server, and vents. The Jaeger will be setting up his ADSs, trying to cover as many entrances, prevent any sort of smoke plants or triple flashes or whatnot that may be coming through. Rochester already losing 1 drone on Rocket. That will be a bit of intel lost, but they do know where these sites are. Q-Palm is going to be setting up on top of Armory, getting that wall set up so that he doesn't get flanked. And it looks like they might be trying to hold up above to watch the windows working into vents, and maybe even the front entryway as well.
Looks to me that holding this upstairs is going to be just so that they can hold the angle onto the window better. Looking, you know, just from the fact that they've already got the hole open. This is a very common spot since it became prominent in Pro League. But starting off, we are going to go ahead and see Blue Card drone in his teammates. Meanwhile, Quetzal and Mentality are probably just waiting for those calls to see where they can enter without too much of a worry. Where looks like Mentality is going to go ahead and chuck a EMP up towards the wall, taking out No Leg's batteries. And No Leg does have 1 battery still left over there. It looks like he's... Oh, and down goes Shy Jackal. Down goes Rocket, just not watching for anybody on the stairs, and then...
JS getting very, very lucky to avoid that Claymore there. Did take some shots from the Hibana on Rappel.
It is not looking good for RIT. Looks like College Park is doing pretty well this round already. The attack, RIT is down 2 players and needs to pick up the kills. Otherwise, that advantage on Maryland's part is going to, rain down trouble on them.
Already losing another drone for RIT. This is not very good for their intel game. They do not have a lot of drones left, which means that they won't be able to spot out any defenders if they want to try to coordinate a push later in the round. However, it is worth noting that the round is already halfway done with only 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yes.
JS, the only defender to have taken damage thus far, being just under 50 HP, which means that he can still take a shot or 2 in a trade and make it out of that alive. 1 yokai going down for Echo. That will be nice for the RIT later in the round, as plant cannot be denied as easily.
115.
However, that means that Echo now can use the ACOG on his MP5SD. A quick shot from Quexel takes out JS. Hatch getting opened. That will open up a little bit. Blue Card using his X-Karos charges to open up a hole through Archives into Armory, giving him a bit of pressure on site for when they inevitably plant later in the round.
Quetzal is down to below 25. Could use a reset here, but 45 seconds. Are they going to use up the time? No, they're not. Instead, they're just going to try to fight what's left of Nola, the defense in Armory. Mentality is going to pick up the kill on not Zen. Looks like Mentality might be pushing towards site because there's only 30 seconds left. But Blue Card is the one with the diffuser. He should be getting out of here, but he can't because of the smoke. Mentality picks up another kill with a Claymore onto No Leg. Mentality doing work right now. 20 seconds. Oh, and there goes the smoke like I said it would. Oh, another smoke cloud goes on. Quetzal has the diffuser. It's meeting up with Mentality. Q-Pals goes down to Mentality. Quetzal is pushing up. They have to plant now. He's gonna get seen from behind. Oh, Flaming Cleveland picks up one kill. Cannot pick up the other one. Oh, Mentality with the knife on Clayman.
That has to feel devastating for Clayman, having fat-fingered from your gun switch onto your cameras. That has to feel terrible.
Oh, that is just no bueno. No bueno at all, Mentality. Oh.
Very unfortunate turn of events
both
for Maryland.
Players just... They didn't have guns in their hands. They had potatoes.
It's very unfortunate. Alas, that starch battle did come to a close with a knife finishing it off. A bit of BM, but necessary in the scenario. Taking the situation, Maryland losing that round. However, moving on to round 3, it looks like RIT will be bringing both IQ and Thatcher this time, as they did last round. Switching out for a Sledge instead of Buck. Possibly a bit of a stronger option, as Sledge can open up more of any walls or floors that may need to be opened. However, it's not as efficient due to needing to be in melee range. Looks like they will be starting to set up once again in server and vents. Trying to get that barbed wire down, slow down the attackers as much as possible when they enter the building, and overall just reinforce their walls and get their site set up as quick as possible. I'm interested to see where Not Zen goes this round. I didn't spot him last round, but I believe that the Doc did go on a roam. I'm curious as to what direction they're going to take with that this time. No Lag's use of the bandit batteries on Armory Wall is a bit interesting, saying that they had Thatcher last time and they're bringing Thatcher this time. But I'm curious if the other two are going to go downstairs, or if those are just going to be used to bandit trick. Not that that would really be all that effective.
Well, it seems to me that they're going with the same strategy. They're not tossing anything up. I don't see any op changes from Maryland at all.
I don't think there were really any op changes on either side except for the one from Buck to Sledge.
Yeah,
Looks like JS already opening up a hole in the floor, trying to watch in through main entryway.
the round is
Does
already
seem to know that there are a few there.
the round is already better for RIT, not having lost 2 to JS right away. Oh, and Quetzal trades with Not Zen. Down
Very
goes
well-timed
JS.
shots there. Blue card, very good accuracy, managing to pick up a headshot onto JS through the floor. Very well-timed peek as well. Looks like Mentality will be working with his teammates to try to make a flank on the second floor, trying to enter in through Armory. As far as I'm aware, they have gotten control of that as well. I believe that Maryland pulled out earlier. Willing to put No Lag at a bit of a better position inside of Archives, able to take out Rocket on the flank, leaving it just down to No Lag again with a second shot, taking out Shy Jackal. That makes it an even 2v2. However, Blue Card is at under half HP, giving a slight advantage to Maryland. But no Lag not getting taken out at all, taking out Blue Card instead. That is his third pick this round, already moving back down to site, deciding maybe it's time to give up on the hard roam game and work on holding the last attacker off of site. They do not currently have the diffuser, and you have both Echo Yokais able to go to defend that defuse, or defend for that plant. Not to mention only a minute left on the clock as well. Or just under, almost down to 45 seconds now. Mentality needs to be quick and efficient about this. He can't really afford to waste any time trying to make any odd strats, and that castle barricade might cause some problems, as if he wants to get through there, he does have to go in through Archives. He doesn't have the time to go through it any other way. Is going to have to push that. Doesn't actually know that both attackers, or both defenders, are downstairs on site, and that will cost him quite a large amount of time trying to check this out instead. We're already down to 15 seconds. He is very quickly running out of time. It looks like they do hear him up on the second floor. If he tries to drop through any of the hatches, that is going to be a very poor
It's out.
choice for
It's
him,
done.
but not
No,
enough time.
It's done. It's done. He couldn't decide what to do, and he just got stuck right upstairs. Okay, looks like we are going to be doing a rehost. And we're going to be working on that real quick. Thoughts? Anecdotes? Any cool puns? Enrage? Oh, hang on. Just a second. Oh, sorry. Go on. You've been... Go on again. Repeat that. Repeat that, because I don't know what a soundboard looks like, apparently.
Understood. Well, to reiterate, very surprising plays, somewhat questionable as well. The unexpected knife fight at the end of round 2, moving into 45 seconds of just being unable to decide on what play to go with at the end of round 3. Really just confusing choices.
I'm not quite sure. It's easy to tell that Quetzal is the roam hunter. It's easy to tell that mentality and I'm blanking out. And Rocket are more supports, and I'm guessing that Shy Jackal is just yet another entry fragger for RIT team. That's what I'm guessing right now, because Shy Jackal is the newcomer to their team. And
I didn't see what score we had near the end there.
It was 2-1 for...
Right, but as for players' individual contribution, but I'm curious to see how Shy Jackal was stacking up on the team. Looked like he was playing sort of a support role overall, I would say.
He picked up Sledge.
I'm curious to see.
That's an entry fragger.
Yes, I agree. I'm just curious to see how they're working with a bit of a different roster compared to last season.
Man, that's a lot of money.
I'll send you a MacBook.
But overall, it looks like we will be getting the teams back in, or they are back in currently. So it looks like we'll be ready to go soon.
As soon as I enter,
teams are ready.
All of the... It was BB, Jackal, Mira. Yep, BB Ying. Oh, sorry, Baby Ying. I'm just...
Yes. Blackbeard, Ying, Mira,
Maestro.
and Maestro. Yes.
Discount Mira. And we gotta add the round history, which was the first Armory Lockers where we win. Then RIT somehow managed to win Workshop, which doesn't make sense to me. And then Blue finally managed to win again despite being down 1 Q pals. I'm just making sure that I can actually see what they're saying now. If the UI would cooperate with me. Okay.
Looks like the teams are readying up right now, so we will be bringing it back to the game very shortly as soon as we load in here. This previous score was 2-1 in favor of Maryland, I believe. And starting off on round 4, 1 round left after this until the teams switch sides. Maryland will be moving back up to Armory, as it has been 2 rounds, trying to hold that Armory once again against RIT. It worked for them last time. Hopefully it will work for them again this time. However, RIT choosing to switch it up a little bit, bringing back the Capitao, almost taking a Dokkaebi there, hovering Blitz for a little bit. That might be a 6 pick we see later on. Seems like they're going to be showing the same 5 people they brought originally. However, might see a 6 pick coming in to shake things up.
Looking at it now, they are bringing a mute instead for armory lockers.
Blue card instead choosing to go one of the larger shields in the game with Monty. I believe we've seen him play this a couple times before, if not also on border. The Monty can make some very interesting plays by trying to push into archives from that balcony outside, as you can take up most of it and block off any sort of attempts to take out anyone pushing on that balcony behind you. But at the same time, Monty can also be rather useful in trying to hold angles onto CCTV, or just working in to try to go into break room as well. Really any of the areas where you can hold a room with one or two entrances. So I'm optimistic to see how they plan to use Monty. He's one of those operators that requires a lot of knowledge about your team's movement to work. Because if you move incorrectly as Monty, as many Monty players will know, you will get shot in the back of the head.
Monty does serve also as a very good distraction if if you all you want to do is call attention to a fake plant. I haven't seen RIT do that though.
I don't think RIT's really had the time on the clock nor the ease of mind to really want to risk trying a fake plant. Most of the time when that round comes to a close, they have less than 15 seconds on the clock when they're trying to get
I meant a decoy plant. Like
understood.
they smoke
Yeah.
they smoke the Monty and then
Right.
they just use him to basically distract whoever's there. I'm gonna see a drone coming out from
It's a
Jackal.
very risky droning spot as well from Jackal. If there had been a roamer around the corner, as soon as that drone had popped under the door, he would have been a goner.
If I know Jackal, he likes playing it risky. Oh, Quetzal almost sees the smoke in the corner. Oh, just missing him. But why would he be there? Why would anyone ever stand in that little corner? JS, however, gets the frag on Quetzal just off of a reaction.
I guess that explains that location. JS managing to take out the Glaz of all things first in the round. That spot should not have worked, but it did. Looks like JS is now at a bit of a disjunction here, however, can't really peek that window anymore. Does have to use one of his smokes to counter the initial smoke grenade from the attackers of RIT. That will stall Blue Card out for about 10 seconds. However, they will be down one smoke on Maryland's side, meaning that they only have 20 seconds left to do that.
Oh, and there go all of the smokes, and Blue Card is taking quite a bit of damage from this. Blue Card, come on, buddy. Oh, and down he goes. And now it's down to just Shy Jackal to try and at least get something here. JS is coming out the side. JS picks up the kill on Blue Card. JS is once again in that same corner where he killed Quetzal. And JS picks up that headshot on Mentality. What is this man? What is this monster? Gets the heals for his troubles. Is he going to peek again? Not going to find anyone though, because it looks like they're choosing a different angle of approach. And Rocket is going to hit a bullet into the dock. Not Zen coming away from that. Gonna have an air jab get deleted there, but Shy Jackal picks up the first frag from RIT onto Not Zen this round. Rocket picks up a headshot onto JS, but down goes Rocket. They need the... Oh, but Q-Pals with that headshot on Shy Jackal denies the revive, and down goes RIT for round 4. That is round 1. Yeah, sorry, round 3. Yeah, 4.
Right. One thing I'd like to note there is that Maryland's positioning near the end of that round was very, very good. They had one positioned in Fountain watching the close angle. They had one positioned on behind Armory Wall watching in through Archives. They had one in Archives ready to watch as well the entryway into site. And they just had 3 people cross-firing that angle. There was really nowhere for RIT to go. They played that very well.
They had it locked down. They know their armory game pretty well. Not gonna lie. But we are coming up on the flip soon. We might see some strategies coming out from RIT that just manages to put them on top.
And they're definitely going to need something to put them on top soon, as they are down 2 rounds, and they only need to go down another 3, I believe, until this match comes to a close.
But we are now in customs, possibly because University of Maryland is currently locked out of both good sites that they won on due to 2 objective rotation parameter. And it looks like they're going to be putting up a valiant effort, at least in customs. This site is plagued by just overall verticality, especially with these 2 hatches leading into some very interesting spots, then just covering pretty much any hiding spot you have in customs. If you can
just the 2 hatches alone in CCTV can create a huge amount of disturbance in the overall flow of the sites, as you can lock down all of metal detectors by just having those 2 hatches open. Not to mention you lose a very large amount of your cover in storage as well by having that window open on the main entrance.
QPels is going to go ahead and choose to open this hatch here so that he can rotate easily downstairs. Not sure if he should have instead just reinforced the hatch, but it looks like they're going to be making a stand in CCTV. Not sure I approve of that, but...
One thing I do want to note quick is that there is a drone inside a break room that has both of them spotted. I believe that's Blue Card's drone. So they will know about both the Valkyrie and the Rook inside.
Shyjackal looks like he's getting ready for pings. Is not going to act on it though, and instead going to go another way. And
Working
down
with
goes
his
Mentality.
drone. Yep. That's a quick headshot from JS. Just not correctly timed there. Mentality trying to push in a little bit too much on his own, not really having his teammates there to back him up. Does fall down. That will be 1 off the board, and a good amount of utility with that lifeline off the board from Zofia.
Ping going out. Blue Card going to approach for maybe a frag. Just a lot of gunfire happening, but not a lot of frags coming out. Mentality is down goes JS, rotates downstairs. The wall into CCTV is open, and QPals is going to take down Blue Card instead, and then Shyjackal immediately punishes that by flanking around and picking up the headshot on QPals. 1 minute 17 to go.
Good refrags by RIT there as well. They did manage to take back the Rook immediately, but they did lose 2 in the process, so I can't say overall that was a worthwhile play. However, with the nice pick on JS and the takeout of that black eye camera, that does make it quite a bit more favorable of a trade.
We should just watch Shyjackal. What are we doing? Like, I'm not...
Shyjackal is just on a roll this round, already getting another headshot. That will be the dock off the board. Those stim pistols were being used quite a bit in previous rounds, now will not be able to be.
40 seconds to go. Shyjackal is going to try to rotate downstairs. Going to try to find at least the cam, take it down, and push in. Meanwhile, Quetzal is trying to get this drone. Out goes the grenade. Does not manage to get it. Oh, come on, Shyjackal.
Shyjackal just managing to take down all the barbed wire, but does go down for no lag coming out of Workshop. It will be just down to the Dokkaebi here. Does manage to get 1 down with a knife, but goes down instead to No Leg. No Leg has been really very prominent today.
He's been very consistent. He's been extremely consistent on coming in at the right time, at the right place. Just right there, getting the kill on Shyjackal in the hallway. I'm starting to think that we actually have a little bit of a cameraman's curse going on, because anybody we flip to, they immediately die. Are you starting to get that?
I've been feeling that a little bit, yeah. Every time we go on to one person, as soon as we start talking about them, they're going down.
Maybe we should just spectate the Maryland guys, and the curse will go on to them, just so that we're not biased.
Interesting hypothesis.
I mean, is there a Wiccan watching the stream right now?
We will either hopefully be having a 6 pick here from Maryland, or we might need to have a rehost.
From... why?
If you look at Not Zen.
Oh, is he not loading?
No, the elite uniform.
Oh.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, he should have read the rules, and that's going to be a penalty for their team.
So it looks like we will be having a bit of a rehost here, or a rule infraction, but we will come back from that shortly. As for what we can see right now, it looks
10
like
seconds to go.
they will be working towards getting a bit of droning down into the
5
main
seconds
area.
insertion.
Not too much really happening, but the defense setup from
Objective is to locate a
the
bomb.
side of RIT does look to be pretty solid up on second floor. They did bring a Legion compared to not having one earlier, so I'm interested to see where that goes.
We're gonna go ahead and do the rehost.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And just a friendly reminder to anyone who's watching that is participating this season, please make sure to read the handbook. It is present in the Info and Rules tab on the server. I highly recommend you read it, as you really don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that. It's not a huge deal if it's on accident, but please be wary that it is against the rules. So please keep yourself familiar and just keep that in mind. Having a rehost here, we'll be coming back shortly. Hopefully the teams can come back from this rather quickly and we can get going on round 6.
Yep.
The score was 4-1 in favor of Maryland. Very, very dominant plays there as well. 3-round lead is not something to scoff at all, and is very prominent, especially against a team that, like RIT, that has previously had very, very strong, prominent presence on border. I'm interested to see how UMD tries to take these rounds on attack, as it'll be rather rough for them if they don't end up taking enough and do go into overtime or into a draw.
Just making sure that I have all of the... It was 4-1, correct?
Right. 4-1 in favor of Maryland.
Okay, and then they managed to actually go back upstairs. And then they managed to win in customs. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Going to go ahead and check teams are ready. And we're already into the next one. There, once you've had some practice on this stuff, you just kind of do it automatically.
Regardless, moving into round 6, Maryland will be having their first round on attack. Hopefully more successfully this time than last. Moving forward, Natsan making sure to have the correct Twitch this time will work a lot better for them.
Hopefully.
Interesting to see the Alibi being brought out instead of a Bandit, as was previously on the board. We might see that be a 6th pick later. Legion making an appearance once again. Very, very strong operator, especially on defense.
Yep, there it goes.
It's on border. And as mentioned, there is the Bandit. But yes, Legion has been seen a lot, especially in Pro League recently, seen a lot of coverage as well from the community, especially with the new 6 Invitational mode. Overall, just a lot of talk about Legion lately due to his very good strength as a solo operator and as a team operator. Having those goo mines just gives him a lot to work with. Being able to have 8 of them over the course of a round gives you a lot of coverage. They tell you where people are, they give you noise cues, they do damage, they prevent people from planting, reviving allies, using gadgets. It's a lot of utility for one operator to have. But on the flip side, that does also mean that if you take out Legion, you lose a lot on defense as well.
Yeah, you need to have Legion down up until the last second, otherwise you do not get full utility from Legion, which is something that I actually like about his design.
Attackers are moving out.
Right, he's a kind of a risk-reward type character. He's very rewarding if you are able to get his goo mines down in places that they'll be used. However, if you try to play Legion like this very aggressive roamer, your chances are you're not going to get a lot of utility out of him. Quetzal going for an interesting spot inside of Workshop here, actually choosing to hold just on the other side of server wall.
Oh, the first...
And Nadzen managing to take out a Yokai with the Twitch drone, very well spotted, especially through barbed wire. Very effective use of that Twitch drone as well. Very, very worth the trade.
Keepal's gonna go ahead and take some damage from the first goo mine. JS gonna open up a little angle into the door there. Gonna open up into security.
Looks like JS just not seeing the outline of a defender on the other side of that barricade, giving them enough time to move out. I believe that was Valkyrie. Yes,
Shy
Jackal. Rocket choosing to use the ACOG on that MP5 SD, going to be peeking a little bit of a longer angle with that.
I'm sorry,
Maybe trying to take a quick
I can't stop laughing at RIT's coach confirming that RIT's team is just not coordinated in our chat. I just... Oh, come on, Quetzal! Yes! JS goes down to Quetzal, just not expecting them to be prone at the door.
That was also quite the unexpected rotate from JS as well, moving all the way from break room down to main entrance.
It looks like
quite the ways to cover.
It looks like JS was just trying to take out the batteries on the wall, and it worked because QPalace, Oleg, and Flamin' are getting ready to push up here. They do flash in. Nothing's gonna happen though.
Using those flashes without pushing into it does cost them a bit, as now they won't have that later in the round. The Yokai drone, however, or the normal drone from the attackers, does go down. They do know that there's Valkyrie there, however, that is one more flashbang off the board that they cannot push. And I
Third
believe that's
flashbang,
all 6.
and Shy Jackal is blind. And they
It will be... They still chose not to push into sight. 2 more flashbangs still on the board, however. Echo getting
Rocket,
one.
what are you doing? They're in the room, Rocket!
Going
Rocket
very,
gets one.
very aggressive, managing to pick out 1. Choosing to go in with the pistol, does manage to take out Thermite on the diffuser, that's 2. It is just down to not Zen. This is a 1v4 scenario for him. That F2 is very powerful as far as assault rifles go, however, he's not going to be able to pick up quite 1. Does get the headshot, but does go down to Rocket.
Rocket with the clutch there. That's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 people? I'm counting... No, it can't be. That was 4. That was 4K right there.
So Quetzal with the 1 pick right at the beginning, Rocket cleaning up the rest. That was very interestingly played by Maryland. I'm very concerned because they had both of the Yokais down. They had a whopping 9 flashbangs on their team. And over the course of 45 seconds and 9 flashbangs, they weren't able to push into sight. That's very concerning if I was Maryland. You really need to use that time and those gadgets effectively. That's absolutely crucial. Especially if you're going to use 3 operators worth of secondary gadgets on 1 push. You need to make sure to get something out of that.
You do need to get something out of that, and it just seems like getting rid of the Yokais actually worked against them somehow? Just like allowing Rocket to have time to actually do...
It seems like it was the push that Rocket needed to really just kind of go berserk. He was so upset over the loss of his 2 Yokai drones that he just went on an all-out rampage, taking 4 people out all by himself.
I mean, I guess... I guess if Echo doesn't have his drones, he can't be lazy. So it works out in the end because now you suddenly have an extra gun. Which begs the question: does Rocket actually need the yokai, or does he need an ACOG?
That's true. That is a good question to ask.
Actually, let's actually take a look at what the defense looks like this time around.
Bringing a castle on first floor is definitely not one of the more common things I've seen. However, Blue Card does seem to like his castle from what I've seen in the past. And he did set up a little bit towards the bathroom checking side of the map, which is a good way to slow down the attackers if they do try to push through bathroom. It looks like they are doing just that. Sending JS's drone over there, sending, I believe, JS up there as well with no lag. That will be going on to Mentality. He does hear that open up. The balcony wall has been opened. Blue Card Mentality will be there to stop it.
Oh.
But that push may end up being a little bit more than they can handle right now. That window does open up. Some shots coming through the wall. That will tag Blue Card for about 30. Blue Card, however, getting some very nice shots down, putting a lot of damage on the board.
Wetzel
Able
getting
to
a
take out
headshot.
Q-Palm, and Blue Card as well, picking up Flame and Claiming.
Oh, Mentality picks up no lag. We're just switching to the wrong people. My God.
It's interesting to see the kind of ring around the rosy setup they had there as well. Each of them traded one kill for the other.
Shy Jackal
and
picks
Shy
up
Jackal picking up his own contribution this round with Not Zen.
Don't set up the C4.
Interesting use of the Nitro Cell as a reset.
Meanwhile,
and Mentality picking up a second onto JS.
Is he just gonna run out? He just does a run out and sees the rappel, and the headshot comes out with a CQE. No, that wasn't a CQE. That was just QE. That was just QE.
But yeah, no, I'm.
This feels like a new
RIT
team.
played that round really well. Absolutely, it definitely feels like they really got their legs back under them now.
I do have to call attention to the fact that it's much easier to defend in Siege than it is to attack. Attacking takes
Especially
so
on a
much
map
more
like
coordination. On Border, yes, it takes so much coordination to attack. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's one of those things where you really have to find someone who is able to do both if you want it to be the most effective. But yes, attacking is one of those things that can be much harder depending on your team, how you work together, your setups, what operators you play at. There's a lot of factors that play into it, and that's something that I think RIT doesn't quite have figured out yet. Moving on to round 2 of attack for College Park and round 2 of defense for RIT.
Looks like
we will be seeing Capital brought out from Maryland here, along with the Thatcher IQ combo we've been seeing a little bit this match. And as far as defense goes, no major changes being made to the layout of RIT. Choosing to still bring the same 5 operators as last round, as it did work out quite well for them.
Yeah, but on this site of all sites, not to mention that it's the opposite of what College Park picked, but I think that College Park actually just managed to keep Customs out of the fact that they just shocked RIT with the fact that they went there instead.
Right, and being able to throw them off with that pick is an interesting choice of mind game, if I say, but I'm curious as to see what RIT is going to try to hold at the site. This is notoriously one of the less appreciated sites in the game.
I think it's a really weak site. Despite new ops, despite new strategies coming to light, that is one of the weakest. I think it's one of the weakest sites in the game.
The ability to just completely cordon off one of the sites by opening up a single wall is extremely powerful. And having windows there from both courtyard and the exterior of the building to hold that as well really just seals the deal. However, it looks like RIT is just devoting most of their defensive power to the upstairs of the building, instead trying to hold inside of Archives and Fountain.
Quetzal trying to wall ding here.
That soft wall might end up actually being a bit of a problem for them later in the round, should they choose to breach that. Lucard doing a nice job of taking out drones, denying any sort of intel that might be got on them. However, Notzen also there with the drone, and now that Ash launcher will be opening up the castle barricade, meaning that there will now be 4 attackers just outside of Archives.
They are doing a good time of wasting time here. And Bluecard, just as we switch away from him, gets a headshot on JS. Bluecard trying to get the wallbang here. He's going to get flashed. Can Quetzal cover him, though? Bluecard is in a very bad position. And down goes Bluecard.
No lag getting a nice pick there. Quetzal getting a very nice headshot back as a refrag. A team kill coming out from Q-Pals. Notzen off the board. Notzen, one of their stronger fraggers, as we've seen in past rounds. That will be rather rough for them to deal with. Quetzal trying to hold out on an angle against anyone who might be climbing up on top of the bookcase in Archives. However, I believe that the computer was shot earlier in the round, which means that that will not be possible anymore. Rocket being very, very patient, staying on his yokai, just waiting for the end of the round to try to defend any plants that might happen. It looks like he does spot out that Thermite's going for the diffuser, but won't be able to save that yokai in time.
Is Quetzal aware that the diffuser is there? Because Flamin' Clayman has to go for it at any second now. Looks like he's... Oh, but Quetzal tries to push in onto Q-Pals, and the diffuser gets picked up by Maryland. Q-Pals tries to take out the other one, roamer, but it's not working out. Q-Pals and Flaming Clayman have their work cut out for them. They're trying to push into sight, but there's a rocket in front of them. They do not manage to take him down, but it times out. University of Maryland gets onto site with a diffuser, but does not manage to plant. It is 4-4 now.
One thing worth noticing as well is that some changes made, I believe it was in Operation Grim Sky, is that in Bomb, as you saw, he did pull out the diffuser at the end, but the diffuser does not actually prevent the countdown until after it has touched the floor. So even if you have that bar start going up, until you actually slap that diffuser on the floor and start plugging in numbers, you are not actually stalling out the timer.
It seems like both of these teams are just really great at defense. Because they know the angles to hold when you're defending. They know what they need to do, what they need to get done. But right now, this is actually looking heavily in favor of RIT, because that was objective rotation 2. They're back on Armory. After that, they can go back to Workshop. RIT might come out in the end. What the heck? Did you see that slide?
That was quite the electric slide there, yeah. But yeah, that was those were some acrobatics.
Those were some acrobatics coming out from Shy Jackal. Hopefully that translates in some nice frags. Let's take a quick look at how they're doing on that kill spread. Ever since the flip, UMD is just not doing too well. They're picking up kills, but they're not picking up enough.
They really haven't been as present on the attacking side as they were on defense. And it's worth noting that now both of these teams have held the unfavorable sites and won them on defense. So they've clearly shown that they know what they're doing on defense, but they both seem to have a rather large amount of trouble with attack. Losing a 3-round lead, especially when they were so overwhelmingly crushing their opponents in the first half of the match, seems like it was all just kind of for show to drop it all, leaving it all the way going up to a tie at this point, being 4-4. No Lag and Notzen going to be trying to make their way inside of CCTV, holding those angles. Notzen making a good effort to try to check if anyone's going to be peeking out of Armory. Looks like he'll be going into Armory with the assistance of his drone friend. Does spot the barrel of Legion's gun and the goo mine, able to take that out, and just barely dodge some shots from Legion's T5. Thatcher making his way to the 90, trying to hold that off as well. It is Rocket once again on that ever so devastating Echo. Does have that Echo drone ready to go, able to drop that Monty shield at a moment's notice. not to mention having Shy Jackal there on the Valkyrie is also a threatening presence.
JS takes down
That is one
Rocket.
flashbang down. Another smoke grenade from Monty down. Second smoke grenade does go out. Thermite going for the plant. However, getting hit by a goo mine will prevent that. The Nitro Cell doing a good amount of damage. Shy Jackal waiting for the sound of the plant. and
mentality!
picking up one through the smoke.
He just walked around the corner and just deleted Flamin' Clayman. Just Quetzal with a shot on JS. Where is Quetzal? Oh, downstairs.
Monkey going for the plant. Looks like they don't hear it. Mentality going down to no lag. That's a very nice headshot from the L85. They do have a Nomad air jab set up on that book or on that armory case, meaning that they will get air jab back. That's a kill for Monty right there. Good shot onto Shy Jackal and a good bait there as well.
It is down to
Shots
just
from U-Pals, not quite enough. Blue card able to take it. However, Monty is still on that diffuser. He does need to hold it for quite a bit longer. Is going to need to try to bait that out. However, it's not falling for it. He's going to have a very rough time.
It's over. It's over. UMD can't do it.
Monty is the king of 1v1s, and that trade just not enough.
Oh, unfortunate. That was a trade. If the plant wasn't down, that would have been a draw, wasn't it?
I believe so. If they had managed to pull that off, it could have been a draw, yes.
I can't. I can't believe he came down to a melee trade when the plant was down. That shouldn't happen, but at the same time, I'm glad we got to witness that, and it's unfortunate that UMD takes that. UMD takes that, and it's still just map 1.
We've seen 3 major blunders already, which is somewhat unfortunate, especially over the course of less than 10 rounds. That's... There's definitely some things to be ironed out, and as much as I might jest about that, it is a good thing for these teams to have happen now instead of later in the season.
Well, they're gonna have to play each other 2 more times in this season, so they better learn to get, you know, nice and snug with their strategies and keep it close to their hearts, because if they keep playing like this against each other, we're just gonna have some funny videos for the montage, honestly. I'm gonna...
It's definitely worth noting that there is a lot to learn from if they want to go back and watch these VODs. Seeing how each team chooses to attack or defend a certain site based on how they set up, where they start roaming, all of those are good pieces of data to start gathering, and it will help them form some form of strategy to counteract what's going on. That plus the generic team building exercises, running ranked together, doing terrorist hunts, whatnot.
Wait, you think you can build team chemistry in ranked?
Absolutely.
Are you sure about that? I'm going to quote...
Last one to tilt gets an ice cream sandwich.
I'm going to quote the very, very wise John Cena and go, are you sure about that?
Well, it looks like UMD is going to be working their way up onto the balcony just outside of Armory, opening up CCTV as they did last round. Not that it was very effective for them, but hopefully they've learned something from last round and can work with that to their advantage. Blue card choosing to open up the barricade outside of offices, trying to hold a little bit onto red hallway. Looks like they have a nice black eye set up, watching that, and another set up just inside of archives. They'll be having Rocket once again on those yokai drones, and once again faced with a Monty. However, RIT does seem to be making the mistake that they made first round by destroying those yokai drones, allowing Rocket to get off of them and start making his way into absolute berserker mode.
Oh!
I guess it'll be... That was extremely lucky by NotZen to be able to get that smoke grenade off.
They're gonna go for it
coming
again.
out. Thermite going for the plant. That goo mine is going to hit Monty rather soon. That grenade also going to be doing a bit of damage. Looks like he is not aware of the player from below. That's Quetzal with the nitro.
It is 2v5.
Shy Jackal able to pick up JS.
2v4. It looks like Quetzal's gonna go for that flank, take out the drone. He does hear Q-Pels around the corner. Are they gonna face... No, it's no lag around the corner, and Quetzal is going to back off because it is 55 seconds, 2v4. They cannot give up this lead. With this, they're gonna go into overtime. Just a note, from last season, from some unspecified other league that we used to run, right? It used to be overtime 1.
Yeah, sure.
It is now overtime 3, with whoever attacked first attacking first in the overtime.
Worth noting that the Finka LMG from QPAL is able to take out one, No Lag able to take out another, LED5 working through the wall into small office, taking some shots from...
Mentality with a double kill at the end! Pulling RIT into OT3!
Looks like it will be all tied up here, 5-5. Moving into overtime, we will be seeing best of 3 here. Moving on, we will have UMD back on defense, making their way back up to Armory as it seems to be their preferred site. JS back on the smoke. Hopefully we'll see some of those SMG-11 plays like we saw earlier in the first half of the game. These were some very, very nice plays there as well, but worth noting that Quetzal was able to pick up some nice picks on Glaz as well. Mentality got some nice picks with the LED5. And of course, the newcomer to the scene, Dokkaebi from Rocket. Hopefully we'll be seeing some frags out from them. We have been seeing Rocket doing a bit of popping off in some of the rounds. And that Mark 14 is a very nice DMR for doing just that. Not to mention those logic bombs do provide a good amount of support on a rather offensive operator.
Just a note, this is not random overtime. Whoever attacked first gets the first attack in overtime 3.
So, defense here will be pretty standard from what we've seen so far. Looks like maybe a couple more reinforcements being spared on Fountain than were previously. Choosing to skimp a little bit on the archive walls, instead using them to hold a little bit further out. I believe I saw a Capcan trap there for a second. I'm not sure, I might be mistaken. But alas, I'm curious as to see what happens. No, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
I might have set the wrong amount of overtime. I just realized. I'm going to have to change that. Really quick. If it does,
We'll wait and see. Regardless, this round will be played out. And that will happen. But RIT doing a bit of drone work, trying to get into offices, clear that out, and it looks like they have given themselves the go-ahead there, noticing that there is not anyone directly in offices, but one on Fountain, that drone getting taken out immediately. So, with only 2 minutes left on the clock, 1 minute down, JS is holding a very tight angle through a small punch hole in the wall, watching out onto Red Hallway. Flame and Claim in there for backup as well on that reinforced Fountain wall. Looks like we'll be seeing a Shy Jackal push up very slowly here, choosing to back off instead, and that will get JS to back off and check his other angles in the meantime. Instead, it looks like Blue Card will be making his way over. That drone from Quetzal able to throw JS off of his game and get him off of that angle for a while. Not Zen, however, using that to his advantage, picking up Rocket with a headshot. Shy Jackal and Blue Card pushing their way into offices. They do see the hole there. They are wary of that. JS, however, not on that anymore. Quetzal on the other side. JS moving back into the hole. No, just the wrong timing. Blue Card able to pick that off, but nearly taking himself out in the process. using this opportunity to open up the wall onto Flamin'. That will put him in a very bad spot, but Flamin able to push off a bit from that, getting a nice headshot. Not Zen picking up another onto Quetzal. Shyjackal retrading that onto Not Zen. It is a 3v2. Blue card with just more than enough health to stay alive at this given point could very desperately use a reset if only it wasn't in a worse situation. Shyjackal able to pick up a trade as well, but does go down to under 25 health. It is a 2v2 now, with No Lag and QPals versus Blue card, and Blue card now being downed, and Shyjackal. That may end up really costing RIT this round. They really have to be careful if they try to go back for Blue card. It looks like they did not actually spot that rotate. And he'll get them back up, but the Goo Mine instead taking out one, and the rotation from QPals taking out the other.
Was that? So I have to repost one last. I am so sorry. I just.
Looks like we will be having 2 more rounds be played very shortly, depending, possibly only 1. But regardless, currently 6 rounds in favor of Maryland, 5 rounds in favor of RIT. We will be getting this match up and going shortly. Thank you for your patience, and we will have this ready in just a second.
Oops.
Duke, what are your thoughts on the round so far?
I think that RIT definitely brought it back with their defense. But that at this point, it's hard to say, because it seems that whatever happens, it's just the fence that makes it out in the end. You know, it is just the fence that makes it out in the end. And excuse me for saying, but it's the same for Maryland's team too. Like, RIT may have had like a couple lucky pushes there into taking the fence site, but it still worked out. Like, they shouldn't have been allowed to come around and kill Flaming Clayman twice around the corner in Armory. And not to mention allowing Rocket to have that 4K as Echo. They were really not watching their angles properly to see him come around the corner and just deck them in the face.
Right, and I mean the same can be said for the other side as well. UMD did have a couple misplays on their attack rounds as well. It's very, very back and forth based on pretty much entirely who gets defense, yes.
Where'd that be? Wait, what? Oh, that's why. Okay, so I did set the right settings, but the score difference for overtime I didn't change. That's why it... Okay, yeah, this is my fault because I overlooked one detail. I apologize, chat. I'm so sorry. If you cannot forgive me, then Enrage can take my job. And then he'll probably die too.
Well, I mean, it would definitely be... It's a lot of work, I will admit that. And it's great to be able to be here in casting, and that's really something special. So, without further ado, hopefully we can get this match up and going before the last 2 rounds of overtime. And should be able to get those going very shortly.
I am so very sorry. I mean, it just matters that they got, at this point, that they got even amounts, right? So one, two.
In overtime, the rounds do go just based on everyone's allowed to go everywhere. So that is convenient for both teams, as they will both have the option to play on their preferred sites on defense, giving them a little bit more of a home team advantage on their respective sides.
Oh. What? What do you mean someone... Okay, 1, 2, Oh. There we go. Where is RIT? Where is everybody? Oh. I do have it almost set up.
Looks like the teams are joining up right now. So as soon as they all manage to connect to the lobby, we will have this rehosted and going. Last 2 rounds of overtime on border, and then over to map 2 on consulate. It's like our teams are slowly trickling into the lobby, getting ready to get started.
Just telling them to actually join because they're taking a while. And I think I have been bugged by Uplay.
That we may in fact have to
Restart.
finagle with the lobby a little bit here.
Thank you, Ubisoft. I have to restart the entire game.
I apologize for the inconvenience. We've had a bit of a problem with the Uplay services. Unfortunately, they're unable to currently connect us. We're working on getting that fixed. But we will get that lobby working as soon as possible.
Yeah, okay. Uplay has restarted because it just does not want us to keep a nice, steady stream schedule today, unfortunately. Apparently we have a new glitch in our hands. And it, well, I have everything. I just need to set everything up. Enrage. What? Okay, I get it's for now. Well, so far, I think it's been a good game. Both teams have shown that they do know the map overall in some way or another. They know that it's easy to hold armory. They know that it's easy to hold the workshop downstairs. And they know how to hold their angles. Oh, hey, Enrage. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Took a little bit of a break for water there, but yeah, I agree with you entirely. They've shown that they're really good at holding the defensive side of the map, respectively. Both of them are doing a really good job. But however, on attack, they could use a bit of improvement, and I think that there's a lot to work on there. But at the same time, there are some good points worth noting. There were some good pushes on both sides, they just really didn't result in the end takeaway that they were looking for.
I'm going ahead and sending people the invites. I think Uplay is stuck. I legitimately think that Uplay is stuck. And yeah, I'm just turning it on.
Well, if nothing else, we can try to adjust this in a little bit. But for now, we'll just try to get this working as is.
I honestly have no words for what's happening right now. Like, I might have to restart the stream because I need to reset. They're not getting my invites, and I really apologize to stream because I legitimately can't fix this myself. Of all the things to go wrong today, this is the one thing I cannot fix.
Yeah, and that's just a problem, really. Is that if it's a Uplay issue where we can't connect to anyone else on Uplay, we can't unfortunately fix that.
Like, I can see them,
But
I'm sending them invites.
right. But either way, we'll try to. It looks like we've got Shy Jackal in the lobbies at this point, at least. So hopefully, as long as Shy Jackal doesn't have any sort of connection problems, we should be able to get everyone in. And it looks like we're starting to load players in now. So it looks like we've got everything working, and we'll get that lobby loaded up as soon as possible.
I'm just gonna go ahead and check who else I have. I don't know what this bug is. Well, apparently I got 3 out of 5 of the RIT boys in. Oh? Oh, I got him. Okay.
Alright, it looks like we've got players from both teams now. So at least we can get their respective teams invited to the match and hopefully get this on the road. The last 2 rounds of overtime should be happening very soon. And then we can move on to Consulate and Map
God.
2.
It like, honestly,
Hopefully with less unavoidable snags.
it can only happen on the first match. It always happens on the first match for, you know, for every league. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Murphy's Law, I believe.
Yep.
But yes.
Just going very quickly through and adding all of the match history. And then finally, day 1 in Armory Locker's archives.
Well, luckily enough, we have both of the teams back in. Everyone seems to be connected just fine. Both teams have readied up. We will be getting the match on the road, loading into round 12 on border. UMD will be on attack now, RIT taking defense this time around. Or, yes. And moving on, RIT will be choosing to take the site of Armory. Not really a huge surprise there. Oh, actually, no, it looks like they're going for bathroom tellers. Interesting choice. Choosing to go with their less common strategy instead. Opting for Alibi and Bandit instead of their previously selected Castle. An interesting choice of operators there. However, it looks like UMD might actually be ready for this. They did bring a Maverick and a Jackal. Instead of their... Oh, instead 6 picking off? Choosing to go away from the pick that I just spent time talking about, going exactly back to what they were playing before with Castle and IQ. Unfortunate. But, alas, that is what we saw previously, and that's what worked for both teams. So hopefully we can see something very...
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Apparently, the fix to the Uplay bug is to just open up Uplay chat.
Interesting.
What? I'm sorry, but as somebody who messes around, who has a full-time job, software engineering, what?
Blue card going to be setting up his castle barricades up top in Archives, going to be slowing down that push like we saw last time, where we saw the three musketeers of the office hold that down, each of them getting their respective kill to stop the push from University of Maryland. Instead, we'll be seeing a very similar setup being made, however that castle barricade changing a little bit. Shy Jackal choosing to throw a black eye out and then jump down back to the first floor.
It's very interesting that they chose to not go with armory. Just going down to offices? That's a bit of a ballsy move. They can go anywhere?
That is, yeah. Looks like Q-Pal is going to be droning out, unfortunately without any of his pals nearby to help him. Will be trying to get a good drone in, but unable to do so, does get picked off in main hallway. However, Nolag already moving up with his team, along with Flame and Clayman, to try to work inside of bathroom. However, the yokai drone inside of workshop has found the Hibana pellets, which are getting picked off systematically by the defenders up in Archive. 4 of them left on the board is still enough to work with on the attacking team. However, Thatcher's screw-top EMP does manage to take out the yokai drone for the next 10 seconds. Might have possibly picked it off as well. Not Zen going to be making the choice to rotate up. Unfortunately, not with any of their teammates, but they are Ash. They have a very strong rifle with the R4C. Their speed, their flashbangs, they've got the tools equipped to start winning those trades. Blue card still holding up above, on top through the floorboards, trying to watch inside a workshop, does pick off.
Not
the
Zen.
Thatcher,
Yep, that's the Ash. The Ash is gone.
That Ash, actually,
Yep,
instead.
she's gone.
Their most potent 1v1 fighter is now off the board, meaning that their frag potential is a lot less.
$55 to go on the clock. It doesn't look like College Park is making much progress here. They are opening up holes and opening up rotations. But they're not finding the fights that they need to win. Shy Jackal picking off Clayman. Down goes Shy Jackal to Q-Pals. Blue card is still upstairs holding the workshop, thinking about whether or not he's going to peek out. And Rocket is going to go ahead and move his drone to a more favorable position. Hopefully not going to get caught off. Does concuss some DIQ. Mentality upstairs. Yep, upstairs. Picks up a kill from the hatch, it looks like. RIT actually has a pretty solid strategy for holding this site. It's 12 seconds to go. Down goes JS. But the diffuser does get planted in the window.
That will be a hard angle to retake for RIT, even though they do have 3 players ready to take that. Looks like U-Pals does have himself in a bit of a good spot, not needing to really peek anywhere too aggressively yet. Just outside of that window, looking for any possible
just needs to go in and
runouts.
be very aggressive here.
He hears it, the rotate, just taking some time, but he's able to take out 2 as they peek the window right in front of each other. Now bringing it down to a 1v1. This could be the push that UMD needs to take this, and it is. Blue card able to get blue card going down to a headshot from that C7E, going for the defuse in time, but giving away his position from the sound of that diffuser. That will be map 1 of Border, going to University of Maryland College Park.
Right, we are going to give a 5-minute break for them in order to swap maps and or I'm going to ask them if they want their 5-minute break in order to discuss what they want to do. The UMD has invoked the break. And they will take it. Meanwhile, that gives me time to actually drum up the chat for what they haven't been expecting so far. I think it's been a good. I think it's been a pretty good match. Unfortunate that. Sorry, it is unfortunate that RIT could not make it to the last overtime match, and instead are going to be. Sorry, I apparently can't speak today. What do you think, Enrage?
I think that UMD's presence has been really strong. The fact that they were able to take that last attacking round was kind of a symbol of that. However, I do somewhat owe it up to the fact that RIT chose to go bathroom and tellers instead of going with the normal of armory and archives.
I think the only problem there ended up being that they had a solid strategy for keeping it. Nobody nobody was watching the main weakness of that site, which is office window. Office window is a key weakness of the site. If you don't have somebody, watching it.
And I mean, running 3 people on the second floor was working, but at the same time, having 3 people up there with only 1 person left too many areas open for them to cover properly. They had 3 people in 1 room against 1 defender who has the rest of the entire map. So they really kind of opened themselves up for that one right at the end, which is an unfortunate turn of events, but to be honest, that could have been avoided. Quetzal's run out missed all of the shots. QPal's initial spray onto Quetzal as he was falling down from the balcony actually clipped his teammate and took them out. And then Blue Card during the confusion tried to go for the sneak plant, but due to the 7-second timer, it wasn't quite enough, and QPal was able to pick that last one up.
It's unfortunate.
It's just unfortunate timing on pretty much both sides. It's unfortunate for RIT that the timing was so unfortunate in their part that QPals was able to get in and plant right when they were dealing with another fight. And it was unfortunate for UMD that they lost so many people early in the round that they only had QPals left, but it ended up working in their favor.
I legitimately think I'm gonna sound biased because I am an RIT alum, and it was a close match, and I'm gonna say it. RIT they had 3-on-1. They should have pushed them all together. They couldn't decide what to do, all of them together, and they pushed separately. And that just completely allowed UMD to take advantage of that, and they just sat back, shot whoever came out, and won the round because they managed to time pressure them into coming in a single file row effectively.
Yeah. It made it really easy for QPals. He just had to hold that window, and he got 3 kills. And that's just unfortunate.
I'm going to go ahead and ask if the teams are ready at this moment. RIT is ready. No response from UMD. Okay. We are starting the match right away. And here we are in map 2 of this 2-map series. Do you have any expectations for Consulate? We've watched RIT on Consulate before. we've watched UMD on console before.
We have, and it's one of those maps that I don't see all that often. I'm curious to see what they do. As far as what I'm aware of, the meta on this map changes rather often, just due to the amount of what new operators have to bring to the table. Cade being on the board allows Garage to be held a lot more efficiently, and granted, bandit tricking will always still be there as an option, but as well being able to hold the hatches from below with Cade gives you a lot of flexibility as to where you can put your roamers, because you no longer have to devote a roamer to being in bathroom. You don't have to devote a roamer to being above servers. You can send them in completely different places now.
And right off the bat, two attacker bans. Once again, Blackbeard getting sealed out. Interestingly enough, possibly for this, the admin room? No, sorry, not the admin. The CEO or the console room window, so that isn't, a surefire way for attackers to take an entire hallway on their own. Along with Thermite getting banned, possibly for Garage. But down goes Valkyrie, down goes Maestro. Interesting that they would get rid of Maestro when they're defending, of all things.
For sure. It's a very, very strong defense pick, especially on this map. You have so many sites that he's useful on, whether it's console office, media, offices, even the basement sites, whether it's garage or kitchen. He's really useful in a vast majority of the sites. So banning him when you have the option to take him first seems a little nonsensical, but I'm sure that there's a reason behind it, and UMD has been proving that they do know what they're doing, as we saw last map.
It doesn't seem like we're having any nonsensical bans just as yet. I mean, have you played the Road to Invitational?
I will admit that does make me question my sanity at some points, yes. But it is interesting. Well, moving into round one here, we did see a 6-pick onto Vigil. That's a very good 6-pick as well, just because with Vigil, even though you give away the fact that you have a Vigil just by activating this gadget, you do get to keep the ability to be scanned away from the attackers. Not to mention you keep your location unknown, which adds just that little bit of uncertainty to the attacking team that will cost them maybe 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds. And that time might be enough to stall a defuse, or it might be enough to make them go into a room they wouldn't have normally, lure them into a trap. You can start playing those mental games. And that's extremely important when you're playing someone like Vigil.
We're starting off with Basement. Pretty common for Consulate. It's just, another day in Consulate. Roundtable hatch has been reinforced, the garage has been reinforced, and I believe Flame and Clayman is possibly going to be holding from the bathroom. No, instead he's actually going around to somewhere else. Might be for rotation. And I also find
that's a smart idea as well, to send your less setup based operators upstairs. Just a thing to note is that since you have less to set up, even if you're a 3 armor, you do have the extra maybe 20 seconds to go throw a reinforcement on a hatch, which allows your Jaeger or your Kapkan or whoever it may be to set up more of their gadgets in the setup phase.
It's gonna be
but Quetzal wasting no time, already on Spiral, repelled outside, just holding dead still on long desk. Not able to notice Vigil just passing by. The sleuth himself making it just under the radar. Able to use that wood to his advantage, covering himself away from the thermal scope of Quetzal.
Oh, he just misses somebody passing by through the room. And he's not going to pick up that kill, but is aware that there are people holding upstairs. They're going to need to either flush them out or just give up on this entirely. If they do give up on the roamers, it might spell doom for later. Oh, and Mentality sees one. His damage is not
just
Zen.
Barely missing the headshot onto Not Zen, able to duck out and drop through the hatch without too much health left on his health pool, however.
Oh!
Seeing one already inside, that's Quetzal off the board, not quite fast enough to react and get those shots off. JS able to get the headshot, that's Galaz off the board. Looks like we might be seeing a reset come out onto not Zen.
This
However,
is-
it'll take more than a couple babes to get that health down.
RIT needs to push now. It is 1 minute to go. Whew. They still need to open the hatch. They still need to get to site. They still need to clear defenders on site. And they still need to plant. 55 seconds to go. 5v4. It's looking good for UMD. They still haven't been pushed off of any key positions in garage.
It is worth noting that UMD does have 2 resets, however, while RIT has 4 attackers all at full health.
However,
So if it comes down to raw firefights, the health advantage does actually even out.
but QPels
But
has
assuming
3
our
smokes.
accuracy is-
QPels has 3
Right.
smokes. As soon as RIT picks an angle of entry, they're going to use the smokes. There it goes, the first smoke. Although that's actually a pretty bad smoke. That's... Oh no, that's right on the hatch. They need to
It's-
push now.
15 seconds remaining.
They do only have 14 seconds left. Smoke still has 1 smoke grenade left. That is enough to completely seal off 2 doors for the rest of the round. However, Mentality going to be using this opportunity to sneak in just under the radar, actually managing to get into sight.
One.
He is alone. It is just him on the clock and no diffuser, but he does manage to pick off 1 for his time, able to kind of save the KDA.
We're going to be calling it a rehost here for RIT. RIT...
So like RIT will be using this as a bit of a tactical break, giving themselves just a little bit to work with using that rehost.
Everybody is pretty much using that rehost as much as they can. Is not giving up any of them.
Interesting to see a clash come out from No Lag. I'm not sure if that was a pick just because of the rehost or not, but I would be kind of into seeing a clash pick. We don't see her get picked all that often, and her win delta and pick percent really aren't that high comparatively to the other operators in the game. But with the mid-season patch coming out tomorrow morning, and that going live, we will see Clash with a full auto SMG as a secondary, which might contribute a little bit more to her win rate.
RIT apparently called the rehost way too early. But we're gonna go ahead and carry on with it regardless.
Overall, we'll be moving to get this rehost in just a little bit. Once that's back up, we will be starting round 3, I believe.
Oh my god. Unfortunately,
Or no, to correct myself, it would be round 2.
yep. We're just effectively waiting for the game to realize that there's
There
no
are
one
no
there. There's no
players
one
that
there, yeah, and
Yes.
we need to wait through the entire thing so that we don't have to do a huge rehost all over again. Wait for both teams to join in. Okay. So, going off of the bans, going off of that first round, that attack was not good on RIT's part.
It definitely wasn't what they wanted to see come out of that. That's for sure. Even though the smokes from QPals somewhat fell short, they did block the hatch, but they really didn't cover anything else. RIT was able to get a lot of people set up just outside of sight and get them going in. But the 2 that they sent down yellow stairs got taken out immediately. The one that they dropped through bathroom hatch just was dropped. And it was really mentality in the kitchen that ended up going the right way the first time around. And while it played out for him, he didn't have the diffuser. So that they ran out of time.
I'm going to go ahead and invite the boys if it will work. And it worked. Okay. So they
Well,
won't.
without further ado, RIT will be loading back into the lobby here. Once they are all set and ready to go, we will be getting started and moving on to round 2.
Round 2, where blue won in garage, and the band operators
They were Thermite.
Dermot and Mr. Blackbeard and
I believe it was Maestro and...
Valkyrie and Maestro.
Yes.
There we go. All right, team. What a... Definitely taking their time. We're pretty much reaching max rehosts tonight because each team is only allowed 2 per match. RIT's used
Right.
1, UMD's used 2. It's it sounds
It's
like
not
a
the
first day. It definitely sounds like a first day.
It's not the ideal scenario, but they are allowed the rehost for a reason. Whether it's for a tactical break, whether it's for a player disconnecting, a crash, whatever it may be, they're given those for a reason. The objective is to make it so that the matches are fair and that it can be a clean 5v5 and that nothing bad really happens at
Protect
the
your
end.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
All right, 1-0 in favor of UMD. They managed to keep Garage on their own.
Now this is an interesting pick. JS on the pulse is something we haven't seen him play before.
He's probably going to
So
be playing from
I-
piano.
I would assume so, yeah. But I'm curious to see how they're going to play it with that pulse, whether they're going to use him purely just for watching piano and going for the nitro from below, or whether he's going to be playing more of an intel role and less of a nitro cell only
10
role.
seconds to insertion.
It's interesting, they're not reinforcing the wall to yellow stairs,
5
suggesting that if they keep it open, JS could actually assault from below, from
Attackers recovered the bomb.
piano room, up the stairs, and possibly get anybody that was just standing in the console's office.
That is true. He does have the option if once they push into sight, he can actually use yellow stairs back against the attackers with that cardiac sensor since he can see through that wall.
Looks like JS is instead going to be all the way in basement, calling out to his team where he sees RIT entering. He might have already called out that they're coming in through admin, but Quetzal has already taken point. They've taken admin within the first 30 seconds of the game, and they're going to open up sidelines onto site.
I wasn't able to see if they, and actually I do see it now that they do have two drones going in there. They're very efficient with their droning this round. They managing to clear out office that quickly and send some operators inside already. Having Capitao and Jackal gives them a lot of pressure and pretty much half of the top floor already in their possession, which is definitely a spot you want to be in. A minute off the clock, but you already own half of the floor that the site's on. You really don't have a lot to push off from here.
JS
You've got the Pulse who's stuck 2 floors down, and that means you only really have 4 operators to deal with right now. Looks like IQ actually using that scanner to see Pulse all the way down below, trying to fight him through the floorboards.
Oh,
Quetzal
Rock.
already baiting out Quetzal already baiting out a smoke from smoke.
But that's
And Rocket
smoke off the
to get
board,
his
though. They don't no longer have that. It's going to be a huge loss for UMD as they can no longer even use that to solve for time. But JS below with the heartbeat sensor picks up the kill on Quetzal. Like we said, he was going to be playing downstairs, and there he shows up. Looks like they're going to go for that plant, though. Rocket actually managed to get it. Shy Jackal goes down to Nolag. Mentality goes down to Zen. It's down to just Rocket. Rocket is down and concussed. Oh, Rocket, I'm sorry. That wasn't enough. Whew.
Defenders disabled the diffuser. Bomb defusing attempt
They
failed.
managed to put the plant down, but did not have any of they didn't have the angles. They didn't have their angles covered. They kept getting shot from the sides. They lost people one by one by one. The C4 was unfortunate below Quetzal. They should have known that JS was going to be downstairs. There was no attempt to clear that roamer.
They'd had the IQ upstairs inside of Kitchenette earlier, and they had the pulse on IQ's scanner. They knew that he was there, but they chose to push anyways, and that's... While it was somewhat inevitable, due to the fact that they couldn't really rotate anyone out because their rotations were all covered, they should have realized at that point that they really needed to reevaluate that push, because after you voluntarily funnel yourselves inside of media, you've pretty much lost that round already. When you send 3 people in there and your front is covered, your side is covered, and your flank is covered, there's really nowhere to go except for out the window, and at that point, by the time you're running out the window, you're going to be hit 3 ways from Sunday. Overall, it was a good rush at the beginning to get inside of offices as early as they did and get a foothold in the building, but it didn't play out because they didn't have anyone to support them from a different direction. You know, when you toss your flank watcher, your entry fragger, and your support all into the same room, they can't really do their jobs as effectively as they would like to. UMD actually choosing to go to piano in main lobby this time instead of the split site that was added recently to Consulate. One of the least favorable sites, I would say, if not the least favorable site on this map, for sure.
5 seconds left.
Just due to the fact that main lobby is 1 door away from being on the outside of the map.
Cover the diffuser.
That bomb is less than 10 meters from where the attackers essentially spawn. So it's a very tough site to defend without some ACOG defenders. However, UMD does have 3 of those, so they may have a bit of a trick up their sleeve as to how they're planning on playing this.
I just take the right angles, Enrage. That's all this game is. Just take the right. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, pick the right fights. If you can't pick a fight, CEQ, CEQ.
CEQ, CEQ. Oh, what are you doing? Are you solo queuing in ranked?
It would seem so, but Shy Jackal is going to be working alongside IQ to try to work his way around. He's playing from the inside, IQ is giving him support from the outside, trying to catch out anyone that might be around, and it looks like they are actually going to find not 1, but 2. He does know that there is 1 inside, just across the hallway from him. It looks like he does also hear that there's another defender at the end of the hallway that he's staring down, just past long desk. And he's going to have to play this very carefully. Open that, going for the nade, but JS is there with the ACOG on Echo.
That is exactly
able to
what
take him out.
That's exactly what I expected to happen. As soon as Shy Jackal started making noise, JS knew to rotate over to grab that angle and just take out whoever was trying to toss a grenade on his comrade.
It was excellent bait from No Lag as well, just waiting, not making too much noise, but enough that it got Shy Jackal interested.
Oh, Quetzal's gonna pick up the kill onto JS now as he tries to rotate into, well, you know, connector. Q-Pals picks up the headshot, however, on Quetzal. The cameraman's curse really hitting them. Mentality gonna go down to No Lag. No Lag is gonna pick up the rocket. What is happening here?
That double shotgun, especially on mute of all people, not really expected, but that is what happens if you rush up the service stairs.
Blue card left alone with as Habana does see the dock, does not manage to. Oh, Q-Pals picks up the kill on Blue card. Was that a CQE?
I believe it was an EQ. The C came after, but that definitely was a CQ.
No, that last part was just CCCCC.
Well, CCC, except he wasn't on attack, so he couldn't plant. But it did work out in the end. But overall, that did end up playing really, really well for UMD. The Echo comboed with the mute for bait. Not to mention, even though they lost the Echo, which was unfortunate, they had Doc right there with Q-Pals, just ready to pick up the extra frags, and he did just that, picking up a nice 2-piece for himself near the end of the round, securing what would be their 3rd victory. Moving on to round 4. RIT still has yet to get on the board, which is an unfortunate turn of events for them, but like we saw previously on Border, they do seem to be a bit more favored on defense, as does UMD. So hopefully we can see a little bit more focused on to actually getting them some rounds on attack so that they have a little bit of an easier time on defense, not having to worry too much about winning all of the rounds.
It is now round 4. It is not looking good for RIT, but maybe they'll show us that they just need to be on the fence once again to exact their revenge on UMD. Historically, RIT has been with us longer than UMD, and it's sad to see Season 1 winners of Season 1 winners to be like this right now. I mean, I feel like maybe they've lost a little bit in just not having Portable on the team. Maybe they've lost a little bit in just suddenly the league becoming bigger and bigger, and bigger fish being added to the pond.
Regardless, they have some adapting to do. They have the tools to do it. It's just up to how effectively they can adapt.
So, adapt or die. That's
correct. Sink or swim, the mentality in more than a lot of things. Speaking of mentality, he will be on Thatcher this round. Looks like he'll be making his way onto offices, working his way in alongside Shy Jackal and the rest of the attack, trying to get droned in. It looks like Rocket is doing the droning this time around. Already getting some Jackal marks down. They do have that double crossfire set up again. However, choosing to have
does he not see the gun? Shy Jackal did not see the gun!
Didn't see the gun barrel just sticking out past the edge of the thing. The ACOG housing actually obscuring it. Still not seeing it again, but able to react fast enough to pick up Not Zen.
And
there's another one that he can see just at the far side of console office, is going to be peeking it a little aggressively for the amount of health he's at, if I say so myself, but the hatch is open and the rotate is out.
They have managed to take second floor, meaning that any roamers coming from here are not going to be possible for a little bit, as long as they manage to keep that. It looks like Quetzal is just going to basically camp that little room for the footsteps so that they can keep at least one track going the entire time. There goes again on smoke. They did do a reset on Reach Shy Jackal.
While I don't really recommend tracking smoke, as he's a pretty sedimentary operator, you sit in one spot and just hold your angles, it is a good way to keep him pinned down and prevent him from rotating out to try to smoke any other rotations.
Like Rocket.
Which does mean that you can use that.
This is bad. There's a shotgun around the corner to Rocket. QPal's just waiting. JS picks up the kill on Shy Jackal, picks up the kill on... Oh my god, JS goes down to Quetzal. Finally! 3v3, 50 seconds ago.
It will be down to QPals and his pals, Bandit and Echo. Does manage to pick up one of the remaining attacker drones that believes only a maximum of 2 left on the board. Hibana already taking some damage. Choosing to push around. Zofia getting absolutely decimated by the shotgun of QPals. Quetzal at 50 HP, working his way down at the bottom of the spiral, going to be shooting into Barrage. None of those shots connecting, able to open up the barricade, get some sightlines, however. Hibana playing on her X-Karos pellet holes that she made. It is a 2v3.
15 seconds. CCC is the crouch spam, as confirmed by chat. And Quetzal is going to be denied the long hallway. Blue card is going to go down to a C4. And then it looks like, oh, Quetzal picks up a headshot. And then QPals finishes off Quetzal.
UMD's been doing a lot of refragging as well. They get a proactive frag and they don't let that lead fall. Every time that they get a pick, they're there and they're willing to pick up maybe a second. And if they lose one, that's fine. They're already up by 2 kills, so they'll pick off another one. They're doing an excellent job at always keeping a numbers advantage, and that's really playing out for them and when the time becomes a crunch near the end of the round. It seems that RIT just really isn't valuing their members very much right now. They're just kind of throwing their members through a door and trying to say, okay, one of you has to make it through, and they're just not.
They're just not. It seems like it's what chat pointed out earlier. They they're not coordinating. They're not coordinating the attack effectively enough to beat the defense. And
Right, and that's a very rough position to be in because defense is already arguably easier. So you need to be not only more coordinated than someone who has it a bit easier than you, but you need to be coordinated enough to overcome that consistently.
I hope that RIT actually manages to overcome this and actually get this round pretty well. Because we've seen them take admin within 30 seconds. We've seen them push in decisively. They just need to keep that up for most of the round.
Right. If they're willing to divert a little bit less of their attention, it's still good to have a lot of members present in admin offices, just because that's a very easy spot to hold once you have it. But maybe not send all 5 people. Maybe send one on the stairway below to watch for any roamers. Send one person to deal with a pulse if they have it. They don't this round, but then again, RIT doesn't exactly know that. It could have been a 6-pick. Either way, they just need to focus a little bit more on working instead of as one blob shifting through this hallway into a net, kind of trapping the defenders inside their site and then taking them out.
Spawn peeks are allowed.
Yes. Granted, blue card picking one off already. That's a quick frag to get. Looks like he doesn't see the helmet just under the window.
Oh!
That's a case of anxiety right there. No lag. Wow, just barely dodging under the radar there. Able to take out blue card with a nice headshot.
I don't like that. I didn't like that at all. And down goes mentality to a shotgun through the window by JS. Gosh darned. Is he popping off still? Oh my god. Their entire team is just very much popping off. JS is going to push aggressively down. However, the Quetzal has left already. It is 4v3 at the moment. It's not looking good for
I don't
RIT.
think Quetzal actually hit that camera. I think it's still up.
That's actually very possible. Not gonna lie.
I wasn't able to see it just quick enough, but Shy Jackal and Quetzal are working below inside a piano. It looks like they did notice one through the floor. Good spot there from IQ. Able to take out Flamin'. That is the Echo on his Yokai off the board.
And looks like they've opened up a rotation from Connector into Console's office, and No Lag picks up the kill on Quetzal. Gonna be up to Shy Jackal to refrag.
Nice angle at the top of Yellow Stairs, able to take out Ash, one of the strongest entry fraggers in the game, leaving it just up to Rocket and Shy Jackal to clinch this round for their team. They have 2v3 on the board. However, it is worth noting that they do have an ACOG on UMD's side with Doc.
Oh, and a headshot comes out from Shy Jackal. Down goes Q-Pulse. It's 2v2, 45 seconds to go. RIT still needs to get into site, plant, and get rid of anybody that is on site holding. Looks like Shy Jackal is once again going to miss the person just around by bathroom and going to instead choose to try and take B site. No, coming back around. Gets a few shots out. Gets shot. Rocket, where are you? Back up your friend. Oh, he just misses the opportunity to take out JS. And down goes JS finally, but No Leg with the refrag quickly. And Rocket, rappelling in at the last second, gets shot down by No Leg.
I feel like RIT really could have had that at the end. They brought it back. They had the 2v1, if only for a second. If Rocket had taken even half a second less to start rappelling into that window, they probably could have had a crossfire and Jaeger, and that could have ended a lot differently. In the end, it happened that Jaeger had just enough time to turn around and take out Rocket as they rappelled in through the window.
It should be noted that RT isn't doing awful.
No, I mean, they're getting very close in the numbers game, most of these rounds. There's been a couple that have been 4v1s, 4v2s, but they are getting closer. Every round, they get a little bit closer to taking an attack. And that's worth noting. They are improving. It's just not to the amount that they really need to start taking these rounds. Looks like a 6-pick onto Cade here from RIT. And I believe I mentioned Cade at the beginning of the game, especially for basement, just being able to hold those hatches will be a little bit less of a worry for them. However, that is going to be, at the same time, a bit of a downgrade from Pulse, since now you can't choose to really watch through the floor and watch out for anyone that's coming above into Piano.
Looking like they're going to go ahead and prioritize the hatches upstairs. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing that UMD did and close this bathroom wall. I'm not sure why they did that. Possibly to close off some angles down into the hatch, now that I think about it, which makes it that spot so much more powerful, actually, when you take it with the Habana open. But no thermite is going to mean that it's going to be hard to open up this garage wall in any significant way.
They do have the Thermite Habana combo, which will allow them to open up at least one enterable hole. However, assuming that they play their Bandit well, they can pretty easily Bandit trick Habana pellets.
Wait, did you say Thermite or Thatcher?
Thatcher.
Okay, Thatcher. Okay.
Yes.
My brain registered you saying Thermite for a second, and I thought that I was slowly losing my mind.
As much as I would like for them to be able to pick a band operator, that would not be an option.
And he just
Flame claiming taking a X-Karos pellet to the foot there.
Is that going to be enough? Okay, it is going to be enough.
I think that it will be enough. Yes, I think that was 4 pellets.
That was 4 pellets.
Just enough to be able to open up that hatch, and that's actually a very smart hole there for the Cade of Blue Card to be watching as well. Due to having the ACOG on that TCS-12, you can watch some very, very long angles. And especially with its amazing damage, even at range, that will be a very powerful gun to come across as an attacker.
That's also going to be in the administrative office, watching for angles so that he can stop anybody from entering, but it doesn't seem like it worked out too well. He just misses somebody right there. Oh, he can't even see the pixel. Oh, he misses it. This is advantageous because now that he's fired off at least some shots, they're going to need to task somebody with going off and grabbing him, but Shy Jackal is going to go down to Q-Pals. UMD doing a good job of assaulting the site. 5v4 at the moment, 1:30 on the clock still. Quetzal needs to come back around. He is coming back around, sees the Claymore.
I'm really optimistic about Quetzal's opportunity right here. He does have the drop on the 3 attackers that are set up on service stairs. And if he can pull that off successfully, he can get a 3k off of this.
Where is JS? Oh, down goes Rocket, picks up 1 kill. It is down to... Oh, Quetzal on the flank. Gets taken down by Flaming Claymon. It is down to Rocket again, but Q-Pals around the corner takes him down. And RIT loses their first match of CEA's Invite League Spring. Week 1. This is a huge... That's a lot of words.
That is a bit of a mouthful, absolutely.
That's...
I have to say, UMD on Consulate, what a map. They really just did not let any pressure up. They kept that lead and they kept it going. I mean, look at these kills. 6, 8, 7. They had some really high fragging players. That's pretty insane. Especially for them to be spread out. Usually we'll see 1 person high or 2 people high in kills, but having 3 and then 2 high assists, that's pretty uncommon. They definitely were working as a team. Regardless, both teams played really well today. RIT showed a lot of promise. They didn't quite have enough to bring it to a close. They almost had it in map 1. They brought it really, really close, bringing it to overtime, almost going all 3 rounds. Map 2, not quite going as well for them, but still a good time. Overall, just really well played by both teams today, and I hope I get to see what happens with them the next time that these 2 teams cross, because I feel that these sparks will fly.
Well, it looks like our time is coming to an end here, but you guys are going to be joined soon by another set of casters. The next match is coming up in about 20 minutes. I'm going to transition off to the starting soon so that we can get that set up for you guys, and then we will resume. It is going to be... Oh, sorry, you go first.
Alright, I wanted to say thank you everyone for joining us today. Like Duke said, we will have that next match in 20 minutes. So I hope you all stay around and wait for that second one.
well, the next match is going to be, and if I recall, Penn State University versus University of Ontario Institute of Technology. We're going to go ahead and swap over to that now. If you want to follow us, you can follow me at DukeCarge on Twitter, and you can follow Enrage at what?
Enrage R6.
Enrage R6. And also you can follow the league now on CEA_Siege on Twitter. You will get notified of when we're having the next matches streamed. You're gonna get notified of when we have registrations up for some of the summer stuff, for some of the fall stuff, and just keep on following and you will get those news to your screens. We will
Worth noting as well, if you want to stay up to date about streams and any sort of announcements that we're doing on Twitch, feel free to follow us here. We will have going live notifications on Twitter and Discord as well, but if you don't pay attention to either of those, Twitch is also a great place to keep up with them.
Alright, that will be it for us. Join us soon. Thank you and good night. Welcome back, everybody. So we don't have the original match. We have something else instead. We have UOIT and PSU, but there's more than just Enrage here with me today. He managed to stick around. We have most of our trial casters in this call now, and we're gonna be doing our darndest to give you a really, really good cast. So joining me today are Enrage R6, Dopenshire, Bohuja, and Coinman. This is a 5-man cast, a 5-man experimental cast, because we weren't going to cast this game at all today. I don't know what to think of this. But is it really? We are making progress. Hopefully. But so UOIT and Penn State University, they were pretty good teams from last season. UOIT came, I think, 3rd place over tonight's forfeiter, Northeastern University. How do you feel, Bohoja? Did you feel like you were really I don't know, scaring them? Wow, didn't even need your team. Like, no need for coordination. That was pretty good. Did you just pick Clash? Did you just pick Clash and just hit the screen button? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Alright. I'm gonna go down the list and ask what each of you think of these bands. So, they banned Glaz, Jackal, Echo, and Mira. I wanna... Yeah, let's start with Echo. Alright, Dopenshire, what do you think of the Mira ban? Oh. Alright. Dope, what's your opinion on that Mira ban, though? But I want to hear about the Mira. Oh. Could Enrage with the Eagle's Eye here. Just really watching out for us. Jekyll and Glaz. Glaz makes sense because Glaz just manages to seal off basically 2nd floor from the garage over here in the back. It's interesting to do it because you realistically, as a roamer, shouldn't be using those routes anyways, especially late game. You know, it's just gonna be relaxing here. Guys, feel free to just start giving hunches. Honestly. Hello? I think I lost everyone. Oh no. Oh no, I'm alone in this room. This is This is terrifying. This is... This is just me now. Who are people? Where are people? Where is everyone right now? We're currently in bank. I'm currently alone on this cast. This was supposed to be a fun late night cast, but now it seems that the Ghost of Siege has taken my teammates, and V-Money doesn't see Arden moving across the lobby and gets taken down by a quick, successful headshot. Oh no. Where am I? Oh. Can you hear me now? Did the Discord gods just decide that this doesn't need to be a 5-man cast? It's possible. And now Wonderflow is going to blind himself repeatedly as RIT tries to hold the door for him. It seems like this is pretty much an advantage for UOIT at the moment, as they don't really seem to be aware of the Monty that's slowly pushing up, but Smoke does see him. Divine, ooh, trying to do the best here. Why is it not? Oh. Oh. I am... So I was supposed to have 4 other casters here. If you guys didn't realize, come on. But Discord seems to decide that there shouldn't be other people here. What? Oh, Reichi getting a headshot. Nyohoin-sen going not wild here with 2 kills on Reichi and Beasting Babies. 5 seconds to go. Arden needs to pick up kills, but instead Nyohoin-sen picks up headshot. Okay, I have them back, but they have no video.
All right. Have we achieved success?
For some reason, I think it's because we have 5 people. Discord just said no.
Fair. Okay.
I'm trying to think of a way that it would work.
We can take your phone and you can use a live video feed of your screen.
Oh my god.
What kind of delay are you running at on the stream?
3 minutes.
Oh.
3 minutes! So you guys, if you were going to comment on anything, is going to be 3 minutes delayed. By the way, everybody can hear you guys right now.
All right.
So...
We're commenting with everyone else.
You're just gonna have to listen to me and hope that you can do some sort of analysis here. Because bank happened.
My internet cut out, so that was fun.
Discord cut us out. I think I need that nitro.
Oh no, I lost all internet connection as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
give me a second to give Mr. Discord give myself a nitro real quick and hopefully do this correctly. I just wish that Siege had, you know, multi-spec so that we could all see and the glory of this.
just to let you know, my internet is still cutting in and out, so I might just drop out entirely, just so that you're aware.
Oh no. So at the moment right now, we saw Nyohoy-sen pick up a 3K on stream, just completely denying UOIT any sort of entry into servers. Meanwhile, Arden is picking a very, very tight angle from ATMs onto the point. They're just not... Just overall being an interesting time right now with Discord just not letting us be. Give me a second and I will fix things.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
But right now, UOIT has the fuser. They are slowly pushing down through Executive Lounge with Monty. UOIT's strategy seems to hinge a lot on just having a Monty going around checking and droning by face. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes.
Yeah, that lines up definitely with the Echo ban anyway. Though that will incentivize them to bring more C4. I'm not entirely sure if they've done that since we don't know the operator.
Arden's gonna go ahead and pick up 1 kill, but Arden's gonna get refragged by Sankocho. Sankocho and Divine are gonna be watching that door for anybody pushing up, but Raichi is gonna block it away. I'm gonna try to push for a plant here. V-Money picks up the kill on Keldev. 3v4, Beasting Babies going wild. Gets a headshot from above. Sees another one. Almost downs the smoke div. Yeah, Divine. And Sankocho is going to just try to assist here as Raichi does see where the smoke is, where the Valkyrie is, where the Maestro is, and they know where everybody is, so they're gonna try to go for a push now, it seems. They're going around to the right flank of the Monty. Trying to keep him guessing. Plant is gonna go down in the corner of A site. Raichi just standing there, menacingly.
Activating diffuser.
And
Human drone coming in hot.
And it looks like PSU doesn't have much of an idea of what to do. They're trying to push Raichi. They're trying to go around him. They do manage to get his feet a little bit. But it looks like they're just going to get timed out from a Monty. Where's Divine? He's trying to go around, but doesn't see anybody. He does hear somebody behind him. Oh, Beasting Babies taking some out, and Raichi gets meleeed. It's 1v2. Beasting Babies has a good angle from the stairs. Less than 10 seconds to go. And Beasting Babies picks up a 3rd kill onto Sankocho, and the round ends. I'm going to go ahead and try this with just 4 people, because I think we may have just hit the upper limit for Discord on how many people can share. Alright, I'm gonna try this again.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of... Okay. Okay. So far, so good.
Ooh.
Hey!
Ooh,
okay.
Buttery
There
smooth.
we are.
There we go. Yay! Things are working.
Whew. Okay, so we apparently 5 people is the limit. 5 people is the limit, and we can only do 4-man casts. I'm so sad.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Oh,
defused by attackers.
I didn't enjoy the silence. You guys, I missed you guys.
Yay!
Aw.
Looks like they're trying tellers again this time around.
Those-
Not actually changing their lineup at all, which is interesting considering they just lost with it.
I'm just surprised I'm not seeing a Legion counteract as Monty.
Yeah, like they're...
Surprised they didn't ban Monty at all, because Monty's very good for this map.
Well, I think that their bans are reasonable, and if I remember correctly, the defenders were the ones who actually banned the glass. So I'm surprised to see that they're not actually doing more upstairs defenses and CE.
5 seconds left.
Let's see what they have upstairs. They don't have much of a setup upstairs other than into stocks, which is interesting enough. Might be that they're holding the hatches.
Well, that's what it looks like. The smoke playing upstairs is a little odd, though. Especially you want them closer to site. You'd rather have like your Valkyrie or someone else like that upstairs. But it looks like they're trying to hold CEO as well.
Yeah, if he gets picked off early, that's a lot of late round utility they lose right there.
Held up.
It looks like he dropped back to open areas, so that should be more in line with not dying too early.
It may be that it may just be that at this point they just needed Divine upstairs for his reinforcements rather than anything else, and Divine is just going to sit in sight.
Yeah, it looks like they've actually opened up a good portion of the hatches, which I think is interesting. At least the ones that may or be relevant at some.
Bomb has been located.
I think it's interesting that they decided to bring in IQ over the Habana from previous rounds, almost as if she's gonna go and hunt down the pulse.
I think there's also a point to be made for the Valkyrie cameras as well. Since we've seen Valkyrie the last 2 ones, there's no reason for them to choose. I guess keeping that hatch open was useful.
It is a very unorthodox strategy, which seems to be Penn State's specialty on this map so far.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, Raichi picks up a refrag onto V-Money after he's picked up Beasting Babies. It's not looking good for UOIT. It is round 3, 1 minute 15 seconds to go.
The other thing to note is one of the nitrocells is already gone. Because Valk missed the nitrocell onto the Monty through the hatch.
There might still is both charges to open up that wall right across from stairs.
I mean, at this moment, they're gonna have like a hard time. It's a 2v4 with a Monty on one end, and
And also Smoke has all 3 of his utility left, so with this much time left, there's basically no way they're going to be able to get in that room.
it looks like Son Kocho gets meleeed by Raichi, making it a little bit easier on UOIT, but there's 30 seconds left. Smokes are going out. They know that they're going to approach from B. And
Also, there's still a C4 left too from Pulse as well. And those are 2 with smokes as well.
Gonna go ahead and Raichi's gonna put up a distraction. Meanwhile, Wonderful is probably trying to put down the diffuser, but he's gonna go down to Neohoi Sands flank from the offices. Raichi's gonna get another melee here. Oh, is just gonna miss it, and Epic finishes it off with a melee.
Just a good solid defense. It was almost immediately lost as soon as the Valkyrie got the 2 picks from the hat. Because those are both high utility operators that would have at least been able to get vertical pressure upon the.
We're going to see a similar lineup here. Instead of a Valkyrie, they're going to take Maestro, go back down to Locker's CCTV. See if how well that Maestro can counter that Monty push.
Also notably, again, only 1 C4, and almost the entire, I guarantee again, since they have no denial for site opening, almost the entire site's going to be open if they can get control of server again.
We're actually going to see Arden bring a sledge this time instead of the ash that he brought last time for the frags.
Well, taking a look at the kill spread here, it's not like either team has a shortage of kills on either end.
Defenders, protect your
It's
bombs from being defused by
just
attackers.
literally coming down to whether or not the early pushes manage to get managed to get an advantage early round, and UOIT definitely lost out early round that past one, losing it out. V-Money definitely did a good job flanking and getting at least 1 kill before going down inevitably.
I do think it is interesting to note that there seems to be very little counterplay from both sides. They're both running near functionally the same lineup. Like, Sledge is better just for the frags, but it isn't realistically any different than Ash. Actually, almost possibly worse due to the fact of the Jaeger, and you have no particularly great ways to burn the ADSs right now since you don't have the flashes, so your spokes can go down.
Did the Twitch drone hit Doc around, or was that from friendly fire?
Well, let's take a look at his health.
That looks like 80. Yeah, so that would be Twitch drone twice.
Yeah. Interesting though that they're going off of that the Twitch would choose to use that on 2 whole charges onto the Doc. God, I cannot think tonight. I have been
It makes me wonder where if the Twitch couldn't actually see any of the Jaegers. So they just went for the next optimal thing since they knew they were going to be taken out at least for the first round.
It's possible.
Also, I don't think they know the Jaeger's there.
They don't. They really don't. I think he's waiting to catch somebody unaware. B-Money.
Yeah, Twitch doesn't know if he just peeked out right now. Yeah, they have no idea that the Jaeger's chilling there based on that push.
Looks like B-Money's gonna wait.
Yeah, they're trying to get Hatch, but they have no idea he's there.
Oh, now they're aware.
Oh, yeah. But that Monty dead is devastating for the push.
And finally,
and
B-Money
Twitch
goes down. Oof. Oof.
Yeah, putting the Twitch to 50, for killing the Monty, putting the Twitch to 50 is very, very good for the defending team. Since basically no utility was lost there, except for a good gun.
And Monty's super vital to their push.
Monty was also the only operator in the team to bring smokes.
I think this maybe he's gonna use the last drone in order to find where people are. What was Divine just narrowly missing, getting missed by these bullets? 50
Do we know if that is that hole vaultable?
It is. I believe it is. That looks like.
I would hope so. Otherwise, this would be a really interesting hole.
Looks like UOIT is gonna go for it here.
Yeah, they know the smoke's there, but they just have to push through the smoke and frag him out instead.
Was hoping that the grenade wouldn't hit.
Going for the default plant, the C4's in the wrong place, and that smoke missed as well.
Epic picks up basing babies. Arden is trying to give Wonderflow cover here, but he's gonna drop the diffuser as Arden goes down to Shankocho. Shankocho just sees the head of Wonderflow, picks him up.
Whoa.
Oh. And it is down to just Keldev on the hatch. Keldev picks up Divine. Now they know that he's in the hatch. He's gonna drop. And oh, Keldev picks up another kill. Can Keldev pick up more? He just misses. He downs one, but it's not managed to win it out.
I also think it's interesting the choice of the pistol against the SMG. But that was also very close to being clutch, and the defense made the smart choice of just running away. Okay, this is interesting. They're doing an open area hole. I wonder if they're going to try to leverage the 6-pick by Castle, because Castle usually means that they're going to be going CEO. So they might be able to try and leverage the 6-pick here, because Castle isn't particularly good to leverage down an open area.
I'm back.
Whoa. Pipe in at any moment, guys, because like this is legitimately just like analyst's dream of what happened in that round. Like
that smoke definitely helped defeat that plant. They had the plant, they were forced to stop and drop in the diffuser instead of planting that second time. Pretty much cost that attack. It was just left to Nirvana to finish off the round, which she couldn't do in that situation.
yeah,
I'd also attribute it to poor droning practices, because they should have known that Jaeger was there. There was no reason that they shouldn't have known that the Jaeger was there.
That Jaeger pick essentially won the round without Monty. That push was almost impossible.
Especially since he was the only one with smokes on that team.
That, and in the last 30 seconds, about 3 defenders lined up and had like a easy turkey shoot on the rest of the defenders trying to push in.
5 seconds left before insertion.
At this point, I do think it's interesting that very few people are leveraging the 6-picks this match, and the inclusion of the Castle would generally single CEO, but they're not CEO this time, which I think is interesting. Also the playing in the office in between tellers and open area with only a Castle as coverage in between the two is interesting, aside from the small rotation hole.
Arden.
Yeah, especially with the ban on Glads, it's interesting with the Castle pick to not see them take that second play site.
I think Arden's just firing off at common angles for people to hold inside of open area office. And Raichi is gonna push into stocks here. going to prompt.
I'm also noticing a lack of hard breach from the attackers.
Well, it is open area, which is... You can have one, but if you're gonna focus on taking the windows and taking the hallways outside, it's not completely necessary. But how they have the hatches closed, hard breach would have been so much help here.
Yeah, and especially under the assumption that it may have been CEO, not having a hard breach seems even more odd. Like CEO, you can still push in and do, but you need the glass to be able to do that, so you can push in from the spiral stairs side. But due to glass being banned, I'm not entirely sure what they were trying to set up without a hard breach to either get in the backside of the CEO office or trying to blow hatches if they were actually intellers.
May have been just a miscommunication on the team's part. But we'll see if it works out for them or not, because they did still bring Twitch. They still brought IQ to counteract gadgets. There's just no counterplay to these hatches now.
Also, they're using all the utility not on the castle barricades as well, which is an interesting point because they have no good way to breach those either, aside from the 2 ash charges.
It's now... Oh. Beasting Babies did see somebody back there and does not see the castle move back behind the copier. Niuhoi is just trying to find a good angle here to try to sit back. Meanwhile,
they're in a very defensible position with 30 seconds left because they have no way, as I said, to break through the castle barricade. So now they know exactly where the Monty is, and they only have 30 seconds left to get the push in.
And V-Money picks up the kill on the Monty, and is going to just fire some bullets towards the stairs, wasting more of UOIT's time. It looks like this is going to literally go down to time, as UOIT does not have a set plan of what to do in the last 15 seconds. Oh,
they just have no utility to push the site.
Oh, Sean Kocho picks up a 2K. The Blackbeard's gonna push up on Sean Kocho, picks up the headshot. Wonderful and BC Babies are pushing onto site. Down goes Babies. The plant is gonna start, but Divine with the shotgun.
Yeah, there's really nothing they could do there. Those hatches were sealed off. They brought no hard breach. Their Monty picked off at Jaeger was pretty much their last hope for the plant. And when there are 5 defenders left, 30 seconds in the round, it's very hard to conceivably get a win.
It almost looked like UIT didn't even have a plan of attack for that round. They were completely lost and just trying to find that Jaeger.
They spent far too much time upstairs in that CEO office.
Yeah, there was poor timesman, and I think they did get him with the choice of Castle in that case, because that was definitely at least usable for a CEO push, but for a teller's push with passage closed, that was basically an impossible task, especially since they had no good way to breach well-placed castle barricades, aside from the poor time management.
Looks like we will see that CEO spot here, especially with Castle. I want to see how they attack this with no glass and having to deal with Castle. They do bring 2 hard breach and a Thatcher, so they should be able to get in the back from Skylight Stairwell.
Well, it looks like that they're primarily intending for the defense, or for a basement take here. Yeah, it looks like they're primarily intending for a basement take in this case. So this will be interesting, where the extra utility comes in, where there actually isn't as much use.
Well, they finally... Well, it's PSU's turn, and they're definitely showing up UOIT by bringing 2 hard breachers. Now that's a bit of a flex right there.
Yep, like we saw that the same from the basement take that UOIT did. So we now see that on offense, the PSU is now trying to leverage the same thing, assuming the basement defense first, which I think is reasonable. But this is definitely, with the castle, I think they should have at least attempted to 6-pick off of one of their 2 hard breaches for this. Probably
Yeah.
just because you don't need that for the upstairs take, right? Like the castle should have at least signaled that they weren't necessarily going to go basement.
It seems like this is kind of an odd choice for where the Castlecades were placed. I'm not sure whether it's to cut out certain sightlines or whether... Because there's 4 windows here. There's no way you could ever actually cover this with a castle.
Yeah, the only 2 you'd ever hit with the castle are the 2 closest to the windows, because that cuts off the traditional glass sight lines that are normally there. But then I don't know, where the last one being on that door also feels odd Well, that one makes sense, but that other pin would have to move close.
It doesn't seem too weird. It actually kind of reminds me of G2 Pengu's decision, I think, against Evil Geniuses.
That
To
was
do
all.
that-
That's also a whiff C4 there from the Pulse, missing that read on.
Oh. V-Money does pick up one headshot in elevator hallway, but and decides to back off. Being now below 50, probably going to request a reset here.
I guess that Pulse didn't miss at all. He must have hit him most of the way, but just slightly off with that C4, placing it on the hatch instead of the floor. Next.
V-Money is going to pick up the black eye. Just trying to find some sort of angle to exploit here. PSU running down the clock a little bit here. It's already down to 130. And does pick off one shot at Reichi, but Reichi fires back with the headshot onto Neohoi-san, not really liking that he took a shot to the
I think they have a
chest.
problem right now where they can't actually push out the Rook, because that Rook basically hasn't moved position at all.
He's pretty much locked down that area. Looks like Reichi is... Oh, I see. So it's this basic rotation here that allows Reichi so much power, and that's why they put the Castlecades onto those two windows.
Oh, so that one on the far left, that they were up on the front balcony, they couldn't shoot if they were playing on this rotation. So that actually lines up a lot better than we initially thought, because they're not actually playing in the office, they're playing in the hallway instead.
Oh, V-Money picks up the kill on Reichi. Finally, Wonderflow goes down to Sankocho. It's 4v2, 30 seconds to go. Oh, looks like a rotation by Arton. He gets crossed off by V-Money. Is down to just Beasting Babies on site. No, not even on site. Over in the front desk, trying to keep things down. It's 15 seconds. There's 4 on the other side. Oh, boy, this is making my heart race right now. Can PSU plant? They did manage to plant.
It definitely seems like the retake's going to be significantly easier just because the gun with the ACOG lines up way better than most here.
That castle barricade cutting off his rotation, though.
Trying to search for people, but he has no cameras left because the Ash got rid of both of them, it looks like.
Pushing up. Does not hear somebody behind the desk. Does see those bullets, though. Tries to fire back. Beasting Baby is trying to make it through. Gets V-Money with the bailiff.
Let's see where the other two are. Let's see if they actually have lines of sight on this.
Oh, and
Oh,
the
there's
claim.
the Claymore.
Oh.
That was actually a very creative use of the crouch hole there. I've seen that happen a couple times with Claymores and other similar items placed on the other side of crouch holes, especially on the D. Or I should say vault holes instead of crouch holes there.
That's something I noticed about UIT versus PSU. UIT didn't actually bring any claymores on any operators they could. They chose to bring breaching charges and flashbangs. Meanwhile, PSU seems to be utilizing a mix of both.
It begs the question, where is the UOIT from last season? Because we've seen them play pretty well. We've seen them bring the right configurations. It doesn't seem to be coming out now.
I do think it's interesting that they're taking the same squad for, or at least functionally the same squad for Teller's office. That also means that they're probably likely to do an upstairs holded CEO. And with the spread that PSU has, that's going to be incredibly difficult with the crazy amount of soft breach they have right now.
It looks like they're, yeah. So they've got V-Money, they've got, I'm not even sure what they've got equipped. Pretty much just for breach they have Ash. That's about it, nothing else.
And that is a lot of claymores.
Yeah, that's a lot of claymores. It looks like they're pretty much relying on claymores in order to cut off, just in general, a lot of flanks. And that's not a bad strategy. Honestly, if you're going to claymore in one spot, you might as well put 2 claymores on it.
Especially since they're basically going on the, since their smokes are in their capital, they can definitely try and leverage the idea of having more claymores since the ADSs actually don't matter. And since they know there aren't any anyway, that means they can get more leverage out of the Ash flash.
It looks to like they're not really reinforcing between Little Office and Archives. Instead choosing to reinforce between Kitchen and Little Office? Oh, they're opening a whole rotation!
That must be the hold they're trying to pull, so they may be putting the Vigil upstairs, but then the Castle and everyone else downstairs is to do a most of first floor hold, which would be an interesting thing.
It almost looks like they're set up to fight for the retake and not hold the site itself.
Vine's gonna hold the angle here on the outside of Bank. Not gonna find anybody for his troubles just yet.
It looks like the Thatcher did hit the Valkyrie at least a little bit when the Valkyrie peeked from office.
That's gonna be killed out below 25. Real bad for him. He needs a reset, but I don't think it's gonna come too soon, as he's supposed to be roaming upstairs and doesn't seem to have any other backup other than Raichi. And Raichi doesn't exactly have the right setup to do a safe reset. Kaldev's gonna, however, jump downstairs. And possibly going to ask...
Are coming very fast.
It looks like the Volpul's not being agreeable this time around.
Oh,
It looks like he got in. Are they going to try and Maestro the Valkyrie? Because that wouldn't be actually good.
like PSU is spending some time to try and clear out CEO to make sure that there's no roamers there. Oh, they just heard another black eye go out. And it looks like... yeah.
They did use some utility, which is pretty decent. Since all the hatches are already open, they don't know that. But it does waste a fair amount of...
I think that he just fired to open it and got a headshot on Keldev by accident.
I think that's exactly what happened, because that's about where their rotation hole is. If you look at where the angle he was shooting at.
Yeah.
So probably he was trying to go back to rotate back into open area and just got picked off.
Very unfortunate for Keldev, but it is 45 seconds to go. 4v5 at the moment. Epic is gonna use his thermite charge on the floor.
I mean, the defense is definitely winning the time crunch race right now. There's actually a lot of soft things that I didn't realize were actually soft, which is definitely odd since they maybe wanted to try the deploy to use utility on the up. But they're going to cut off that rotation hole right there with the Capitao asphyxiation bolts. And they're just going to start lobbing them into sight to try and land the plant.
Oh my god, Epic is right next to Arton, and Arton does not manage to stop him. The plant will go down. Shun Kocho gets shot by Epic. Sorry, Arton. Rage is going to pick up the kill onto Shun Kocho. UOIT has their work cut out for them as they need to retake site. V-Money picks up Beating Babies. Arton, whew. Another one coming out, and does not manage to take out Reichi. 2v3 is going to be still a hard, tight retake. Divine just watching the sides. This might be
They really have to get rid of the thermite next to the breach, otherwise there's no way they're... Oh, the Claymore got him. The Claymore play is coming. Yeah, it looks like that the aggressive use of Claymore on defense actually managed to clutch that round, because I bet if that Claymore wasn't there, they would have been able to get the flank off coming out of the other door.
We're going to go ahead and give them the 5-minute break. If they request it. It is optional here at CEA. They are going to take it. So, thoughts. Oops, that's the wrong one. Thoughts, ideas, soliloquies about what just happened in that match.
PSU had a great post plan, especially with the use of claymores on their angles and their flanks that stop the late rotations. UOIT just doesn't seem to be able to see the claymores.
Yeah, those claymores definitely helped them with preventing the retake, because it really just cut off the flanks, and they just couldn't get the flanks they needed to get the retake off.
Yeah, I definitely feel like UOIT was never actually able to convert. They only seem to ever have the first half planned out, like with the Monty and the plant. But past that, it never actually managed to come to fruition. Like, they always got part A down, but the part B just never actually ever came together.
They also didn't really have a backup plan to what happens if you lose that Monty.
Yeah, because everything was hinged around the Monty. As soon as it died on any of the pushes, because I believe all four of the ones that they lost was when the Monty died right before they were set to push. They just never were able to recover.
And on that note, PSU actually had a great roaming game. Jaeger was able to get the important picks, and most of the time get out. Maybe once or twice he died, but in the process, he also wasted about a minute.
Yeah, at least twice he picked off Monty in the first half of the round, which is super essential to preventing that push, especially on rounds where no one else but Monty brought smoke grenades. It's very hard to get plant down on a great site like basement if you don't have Monty or smokes.
Yeah, we can almost actively attribute the great roam game that we saw from PSU just to the poor droning of UOIT. Like, they did some general droning, but they never actually checked the close by areas from there. And that was definitely a factor, at least in the round that we saw, where the Jaeger was able to kill the Monty and nearly kill the Twitch. That was entirely due just to poor droning practice.
UOIT also never dedicated to going after that roam or any anti-roam meme other than quickly joining a room and then turning around.
I wonder if the ban on Jackal had any play in that. Maybe they practice a lot with Jackal and are used to using him for roam clear, but that got banned, or they just fall short on roam clearing in general.
They also still had a Dokkaebi available, which is an anti-roam clear and a smoke grenade.
There also is an interesting thought to be made, which is a note that can be said about either teams, is that the adaptability based on what you saw in previous rounds was very low. Like, one of the things that we saw here is that the attacker and defender lineup for both sides functionally never changed, except for maybe a castle somewhere on sites where it's critical, right? But the other four never changed, and they never really particularly adapted from the attacker lineup that we saw or defender lineup that we saw on either side.
I mean, from PSU, that's expected because they kept winning rounds repeatedly. But for UOIT, if you're not winning often, at some point you have to ask yourself, what are we doing wrong and how can we switch our lineup to improve against how they're playing? Especially when your opponents aren't switching every round and they get very predictable. You should be able to adapt to that and try to find the good counters.
I'm also noticing that, while not necessary, we're not seeing any direct counter picks to the constant Monty UOIT had, but it didn't matter because their roamers were able to simply just pick them off.
Yeah, I wonder if they were able to tell that the droning just wasn't there, so they didn't actually need the second C4s, and they figured that if the roam was good enough, since the drones weren't there, that the smokes and the C4 were good enough to actually get the job done.
If we look at UOIT's roam with Vigil versus PSU's with Jaeger was a lot more aggressive with where he would go, and he would go in deep where the attackers were joining and where they were all grouping up ready for a push and just interrupt it. Meanwhile, Vigil, for the most part, was playing pretty close to sight.
Not only that, there's one round where Vigil pretty much stayed most of the time at the beginning of the round in CEO office until he got droned out, took out 2 drones, and then rotated back towards site. And although he did get a pick on Capital at the end, it still wasn't enough to get the retake because they, combined with the Claymores and the fact that they didn't really get any early picks from their roaming, it just wasn't effective enough to win them rounds.
Yeah, it was mostly a factor of the Vigil wasn't really roaming. He was just playing the coverage on the second level of site where you really should have people like your castle and your other secondary anchors are, especially on sites like Tellers. The Vigil just wasn't doing his job per se. He was just sitting where other operators should have been, because you would have almost, at least from what I've seen, you usually have 2 on the first floor for Tellers, 2 on the second so you can cover your CO, and then a roamer. And a Vigil was the roamer that wasn't actually doing anything per se in the roaming department.
That's absolutely right. If you actually look back at that round, there was no contest. They didn't contest the second floor at all. Once the Habanas went off, they all kind of just dropped, and Valk was, low on health and ended up dying trying to get back there.
Looks like we're going to be starting right now with the second map of the day. I think you guys know this one. I think you guys know this one way too well.
Everyone's favorite map.
Border. I was not thinking of burgers.
Do not attempt to board the helicopter.
Oh my god.
Right? What else are you supposed to say when you start this map,
Get me out of here, please. We've been here way too long.
I mean, but that's always the case. As soon as you enter, it's always too long. There is no in between. Also, it looks like that Jackal bin again, which is interesting. So we'll see that how that affects UOIT's roam clear in this case. And that will be something when we see on their attack. But that's definitely interesting that they chose that ban.
I'm almost interested to see if they're going to go with the same exact bands or if they're going to try to mix up their roster.
Glass.
So far, it looks almost exactly the same. Though I do think there are probably better picks on the attack, specifically for Border, because Glass doesn't have as many long sight lines as you would like, unlike Bank and some others.
I personally think Ying is an extremely powerful operator on this map, especially since on the second floor, there's so many walls where she can simply throw a Candela over and then run in and clear the room herself.
Yeah, especially when you're doing the armory, it's really hard. If there's a Ying in play, trying to defend armory is ridiculously difficult if your Jaegers get taken out early by either a frag or something similar. Also, looks like the mirror again, so I think we'll just end up having the same 4 bins that we saw before. And I don't necessarily know if that's entirely correct for this map. Like, Mira definitely is about right, because having that mirror and fountain can be critical in terms of preventing pushes from that side, if you're talking about armory.
From a personal view, personally, my team tends to hold upstairs actually without a mirror, even if she's banned or not. We just opt for more ACOGs and more firepower and usually end up being able to hold it pretty solid.
Yeah, and that's interesting that the defense actually banned the pulse, which is interesting to note here. Also, which one was actually UOIT's map? Is this one UOIT's map?
No, this is PSU's map.
Really?
Yep, Bank
Okay.
was UOIT. UOIT is home. UOIT gets first map pick, and they just weren't ready. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can say that they weren't ready, but you know, it happens.
Yeah.
No.
I do think it's interesting that, again, we have no... Oh, they're going Vent's Workshop first, which is interesting, actually. So they may be expecting a 6-pick onto... Yeah, this is actually more kind of play what I was expecting to see last one, where they're going Vent Workshop first instead of Armory, and almost the entire setup here is intended for Armory. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if PSU can adapt to play from the bathroom instead. So, but it looks like they're going to be going for the open bathroom strat with the castle and keeping that as part of the site.
One thing we should definitely watch for this round, in this match in its entirety, is see if the teams change their lineups. Because on Bank, we talked a lot about how teams were pretty much picking the same lineups except for 1 or 2 operators switching every few rounds. But we'll see if they'll switch it up a lot here.
Did you see that rotation site in Workshop?
That's one.
That's
right here.
very interesting. Yeah, that one's definitely very interesting because that means they're going to be trying to play a lot to make the site significantly larger than it normally is. So it looks like they're going to try and take up the entirety of that area on the outside of Workshop there with that rotation.
5 seconds to go.
And they're going to be playing an interesting second floor playing because they already broke hatch.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Okay, common rotation between B and A. We've got rotate. That's not real rotation.
That's not going to get the job done.
That's nothing. Oh, okay. He came back.
There we go. Okay, but the thing that I'm more curious about is the rotation in between Workshop and the hallway over there, and about how that will play into the defense of the site. Because this is definitely very traditional, where you have the castle wall into the bathroom there. But the fact that the site itself has that weird rotation hole into the hallway, I think definitely plays out differently than...
Oh, look like Keldev actually took a bullet there from one wall to the other, and Rach is also going to take some damage there as they already opened the wall to Armory. Oh, V-Money picks up a headshot on Raichi, but Keldev fights back, picks up the headshot on V-Money, and is left alone, getting shot from behind by the Dokubi, and is stuck in a corner between a hard place and a rock. Is that
Yeah,
the...
that's a very smart rotation there because Legion, he has a lot of utility left to use, and it's better to keep him alive for later.
And it looks like they even got someone with the alibi, which is kind of impressive, which gives them information as to what kind of operators. Though the loss of upstairs control is kind of brutal, especially when the Buck's just going to start ripping the ceiling.
Let's go ahead and hack the phones. Looks like
That's especially brutal with a Maestro in play.
yeah, neither team can do anything whether when the Maestros are just closed and just become... Oh.
Yep.
Smart usage.
Yep.
Eldev trying to fire up at the attacker upstairs. Is that Sean Kocho?
Yep. That's the one who's closest to the hatch. I do think it'll be interesting if the castle will be able to rotate around the back to try and flank the upstairs, because no one knows that the castle is actually VIP right now. Or not VIP, it would be Visa over on that side.
It's like Thatcher's trying to clear out blue mines here.
Yep, and now they're going to breach the backside of site.
Oh, Nyohoi-san just popping off here, trying it sees the awkward rotation and is going to try to hold an angle on it. No, actually going to try to hold an angle on the door instead.
I do think it's interesting that nobody knows where the castle is right now. Like, nobody has any looking towards Visa or anything like that in the castle. Yeah, the Maestro just nabbed him from bathroom, it looks like. He was on the wrong...
Arden's just hiding out here. 15 seconds ago, UOIT's plan is actually sort of working here.
Yeah, they might be able to pull it off if the Echo can just survive long enough and just prevent the plant.
It does look like Thatcher is saving one EMP for the Yokai drone.
Here it comes. Arden coming around the corner, picks up the kill on Divine. Sean Kocho gets down by Sean Beasting Babies, and Epic gets a melee kill on Arden.
Last was the Maestro. No one knows where he is.
Oh.
That was
That's
definitely
a really bad single he had.
This is definitely a lot. This is definitely a lot closer to what we expected from what we saw from the last map. I would.
Yeah, this is UOIT waking up. Is this the Beast coming back?
I think so. That was incredibly close. If the Echo had just hit his or I should say, if the castle hit his shots on the open wall, I think we'd be telling a different story here. It was unfortunate that the Maestro got pinned on the right-hand side of the breach.
Not to mention the fact that Castle went so long in that round with no one knowing where he was. That is not a good sign for PSU.
And it looks like we're going to see the same exact lineup on both teams, actually.
No adaptability. Round 2.
I am surprised to see that there is no Ying, right? Especially if they can almost expect... Oh, they went back to ventilation. Okay. Which makes Buck markedly better, but also that Thermite Thatcher combo a little bit more awkward because you're wasting some potential utility that you could use on something else for the vent take.
Now, I almost think if Thatcher might actually switch from a Claymore to breaching charges could kind of help that Buck out to clearing out like the entire floor.
They also do know that they do have a habit of bringing a castle at this point. So actually bringing breaching charges isn't the worst idea if you want to use your Ashes utility on, say, the Maestro cams that you know are likely.
They also do have 2 fragments with Buck for those, just in case.
Yep. It also is interesting to note here, which is something we didn't mention before, both Maestro and Echo are actually up for playing on the defense. Which is definitely a rarity these days.
Looks like the defender's going to go for the same exact setup as the previous round.
I mean, it nearly got him there. There's no reason not to try it again. It was just some unfortunate misses, I should say, especially on the top floor. They did manage to refrag one of them, but they just need to hold the top floor better, and they just might have it.
And here Maestro comes with the rotational again.
Oh. There's the funny shape again. The funny C. Really?
Yeah. Vault hole. I guess that works as a vault hole. That technically applies.
God.
I'm pretty sure Maestro is much bigger than a hole, but okay.
Welcome to Siege, where you can make that weird little Habana thing, like that half a foot off the ground that you can just crouch through with a single Habana pellet. So, yeah.
Well, I do believe they all practice yoga.
Yes.
They have
they
to
all
practice
are physically
yoga.
fit human. Mandatory for all these spec ops. And it looks like they're doing a CCTV take first here, just to try and clear out that side.
That Legion actually decided to use his impact nades on the hatches instead of having Maestro just shoot it twice with a shotgun pistol.
It could be because they don't expect to have to make any active rotationals, so that does feel a little... Ooh, the Thatcher was taken out by the Alibi.
Line goes down, and Nyohoi-san faces off with Keldev and Epic takes down Reichi finally.
So that was over in Armory. So now that Legion's pinned an Armory right in the middle of offices, he rotates back down as PSU finally gains top floor control.
It's looking like this round might go to PSU. No, this is too early to say. This is way too early to say. Right now, there's still 4 defenders. They've still got drones, but Epic picks up that kill on Keldev from above. This is turning...
Yeah, it definitely seems to be turning around. There also is an important point to make here that now they have no good way to remove the Echo.
Yeah, they don't...
At least the Echo drones anyway. So if we end up in an awkward, similar situation as we were last time, the Echo drones will definitely be up if the Echo's still alive.
Oh, V-Money does spot out Beasting Babies in the bathroom. Slowly gonna find the castle as well. Arden picks up a headshot on Neo-Hoysen, possibly through the... Yeah, it was through the...
Yeah, he caught the buck trying to do vertical play. Unscathed too, which is rather impressive.
3v3, 17 seconds, coming down to the wire.
I'd almost be half tempted to put up that wooden barricade there, since you know they're mostly upstairs.
Vic picks up a headshot on Arden, is going to go for the plant here. Just needs...
Yeah, they don't know where he is because the...
Oh, they do!
He's really hurting, though.
I would
that pick on the Echo was vital for that plan.
Oh, so that means that on very low health, the castle's just going to have to find pick after pick. There's too low. So if he can somehow kill that Ash, he definitely has a shot at it.
Oh, but the Ash is going to find him instead, and Wonderful goes down to V-Money. Let's watch this shot on the replay. Oh, immediately snaps to where he probably heard some sound coming around the corner.
It also isn't improbable that there was a drone in VZ either. Definitely seemed like they knew where everyone was this time after nearly losing to the castle rotating out of there last round.
We actually saw Doku be running toward bathroom, ready to get that Maestro if he decided to leave, and he ended up walking right into her.
It looks like we're finally going to see armory lockers and archives. It doesn't look like...
Yeah, this definitely looks like... Oh,
I think they're keeping the same teams as usual.
A slight variation on defenders.
Yeah, in this case, on the defender side, we're actually seeing a Vigil and a Jaeger, which is definitely more indicative of seeing Armory, under the expectation that you're going to be seeing a Ying instead of Stairs.
Yet at the same time, we don't have a Ying. Instead, we got pretty much the exact same lineup they've been running so far. And it's been working, so...
I guess the only unfortunate thing is that the Jaegers are going to be blown up by ADSs that are going to be thrown at the wall just so that they can breach Armory side. So we have to. So we're going to have to see an interesting take at the quality of the CCTV hold that UOIT is going to bring out here.
There's also no Bandit or Kaid or even Mute to even contest the wall at all.
Yeah, with the lack of the Maverick here, if there was a Bandit, it'd actually be very hard for them to breach Armory side right now.
I mean, they still have the use of the Thatcher, and it might just be that they're choosing not to bring Bandit overall because they figure it'd just be a waste with that Thatcher still on the board.
That also could be... That could also...
UIT know how to juggle? Does UIT not have a person dedicated to juggling?
Possibly.
Yeah, because that was my question. If they know that they're just poor at juggling, that would explain, at least from what we've seen, the complete lack of anti-breach. Like, they could play a mute even to do that, but like there were multiple instances where Bandit would have at least been decent, aside from the gun that he has and the extra C4. Just as an inconveniency factor, where that might be the case. So Maestro's in break room, which is interesting to say the least. Oh, that was Vigil that I saw in break room.
Oh, unfortunate. Rachel gets
and Legion
down.
going down too.
I don't know if they know that the Vigil's actually down or not. They definitely know that the Legion's down, but I don't think they know about...
Oh, that run-in.
Oh, they have no idea if the Vigil's down. They think he's still... Yep. They think he's still up.
Yeah, for those of you tuning in for the first time, it is Pro League HUD settings, meaning that They don't know what the points are whenever they're playing, but it looks like they're gonna soon find out that Vigil is off the board, as it doesn't seem like anybody's going to risk getting off site to pick up Raichi.
I don't think they can, but it looks like Wonderflow might try for it. He's camping there.
No, he's gonna keep his position in Fountain and gonna let Raichi go down. And there's the confirmation of their advantage. This is going to...
Oh, they're already inside and planting. They didn't even need the smokes.
Yeah, they're just watching, and...
Nobody knows. No!
Oh!
Ooh. Through that soft wall. They didn't know he was there either.
Oh, the grenade! And Beasting Babies goes down. Wonderful picks up a kill onto V-Money. Sealing out that side. Gonna get shot from the window. Already in offices is Dokubi. Sun Kocho fighting back with the SMG-12, even despite the recoil changes. Beasting Babies is back up, however.
Oh, they got him up. They got him up. Okay. We have a game here. It's 3v3, one at 50. Two of them at 50. But they have no good way in now that the diffuser's down in a really suboptimal place. I think
no, they do have the
also
diffuser. Oh, but Neo Hoisman picks up Arton. Divine has the diffuser.
Ah, okay. I wonder when he got it up. He must have just passed in front of the Maestro when no one was looking. Ooh, there's a CCTV rotate from the Jaeger rushing in through the other side there.
Possible. This retake is possible, but he's going to need to not take any damage in the first two confrontations at least, and immediately one bullet to the chest does it.
Yeah, they saw that one coming.
It's a pre-fire. This has to be a pre-fire. Oh no, that's a snap!
Yeah, he snapped to the shoulder and hit him twice there and got him.
That
Looking
is...
at the defenders, they brought a lot of barbed wire. And it doesn't seem to have paid off.
Yeah, it seems like that frag utility has mostly been going to clearing out the barbed wire and the ashes too. Like, they didn't even hit any of the Maestro cams the last round. They just took out all the barb with it, I believe.
UOIT just does not seem to be adapting at all.
They did bring a mute.
They did bring a mute. Okay, that's a good sign.
Was that on purpose or was that random, as I saw Wonderflow didn't actually pick anything for 0 seconds?
Oh. Well, let's hope that the RNG is telling them something.
Yeah, also interesting to see that there's a dock here instead of the Echo.
Oh.
I wonder if he's six-picking onto... No, he's six-picking onto mute.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, now they're bringing the Ying. Okay, so now we're seeing the adaptability that we wanted to see before. Since they saw that there isn't going to be a Jaeger, they're just going to hard push the Ying and basically toss as many frags in the door as possible. Can we see if the Thermite's bringing flashbangs or not?
Nope.
Oh, he has a Claymore, okay. Because there also is a strat here now that they believe that they don't have a Jaeger, just literally bring as many throwables as possible.
Looks like they've got V-Money using the stun grenade. Well, the gadget's chosen by UOIT. That's a decent set. That's a decent set. Impact grenades, nitros.
And also, it is important to note that he is going the good old shotgun SMG 11ing on the mute, so he definitely has at least some experience playing that.
It's still interesting to me to see, a mute using the shotgun instead of the MP5.
Yeah, that seems to be the regular flow these days, especially since it was the superior choice, at least similarly for smoke. You might as well just do the same thing and get more rotation utility without having, with a C4, might I add.
The MP5K is a great gun though. It's only lacking the ACOG, but it has the same damage as Rook, or until I think tomorrow actually it's gonna have the same damage.
Vine is gonna go ahead and take O, and we have a disconnect. We might have to go for a rehost here.
Let's see if they ask for one.
Oh, never mind. He's back, but that is going to be an entire opt down. They no longer have the ability.
Maestro.
Yeah.
Did he get both his cams on before he disconnected, or?
It's possible.
Well, I don't even know. The problem is that he lacks total control. It looks like they managed to nope, they got the sidewall open on Armory, it looks.
Oh. Epic already doing work. Doesn't... They did... No, they used the EMP to take out the mute charges that were on the wall.
It looks like they also have CCTV. Looks like PSU also has CCTV control as well at this point.
Oh, they do see that mute is down. They're gonna go in for it. Divine
They're
pushing
gonna
up.
haul it and likely hit 2.
Oh,
Yeah, they got 1, 2. Oh no, not the second.
Divine picks up wonderful. Right, she picks up Neohoy. Keldev on Divine. The refrags.
And then the Ying coming in.
Oh,
All 3 coming in.
That's not a Ying.
Shotgun too.
that's not a Ying. That's a ding. Ding, 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 ding.
That shotgun coming in. I've absolutely been seeing that a lot more lately, especially when people expect to be doing the armory take and other close quarters similar sites. It's just better than Ying's going in many instances, just because you're going to be so close to them most of the time.
Ying's
Yeah, I mean, it allows you to be super aggressive, throw down your candelas and push up. And if they can't see you, they really can't fight back at close range with that shotgun.
I mean, it does the same thing where like people come around the corners and you have the smoke, you just shotgun them to the chest and they're blown away. It's almost functionally this.
Let's take a quick look at how the kill spread is going along. 0-4. PSU is not giving them any ground at all. Like,
No, they aren't letting anything back, and it looks like they're just bringing the Ying hard this time. Also surprising to see, knowing that there's going to be a Ying, that there isn't even a Jaeger in an attempt to counterplay the Ying. Because I can almost see them bucking the top floor and then actually yinging the roof just to flash in and be able to push in through either of the 2 sides that they would prefer.
We're not going to see Echo being brought this time, unless they 6-pick off him, which they will not. They're going to take Valkyrie instead.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And ultimately, if they're trying to do a good upstairs hold, that may just be better, at least from their eyes, because as you saw, Echo literally had 0 utility the last 2 times that they brought Echo. It was just some extra cameras that didn't even do anything per se. So they may figure that the 3 cameras are better than 2.
Attackers have discovered
Even if
location.
they lose the 2nd floor, a well-hidden camera upstairs can still tell them where the attackers are shooting down from.
they can probably prepare for that too, knowing that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's a okay spot for a cam.
10 seconds.
Nothing that we
Yeah.
haven't seen before, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different now that you don't have the Olympic arm that Valkyrie used to have for a while with the throwables ARG.
Attackers have recovered
Oh,
their
you mean
There
You
are
can no
mul-
longer yeet them outside anymore.
Yeah, there were multiple instances where I've accidentally, on coastline, where I wanted just to get one outside, just thrown it off the map. When that was still a thing in that patch.
we're gonna go ahead and drone CCTV. A lot of bullets going out.
Wow.
Raichi.
The run out over on those stairs is coming in.
Oh.
Oh, 2 down. The Ash and the Thatcher out, which means that
Looks like
the back breach can still go off because they have no way to prevent it realistically. However, that Vigil is low. Will likely need a reset from a Maestro cam.
there's always a psychological factor to when you start a round and in the first minute you already lose 2 people. Whenever that's good.
Yeah,
whenever
let's-
that's good. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to be able to rebound from that.
Honestly, I find that a lot of teams are strong not because they play well. I find that a lot of teams are strong because they're able to get over, you know, the idea of failure, and they just manage to push through in any possible situation. Like,
All right, don't see it as a 3v5. See it as a 5 3v1s.
you're not stuck in here with us. Wait, what? Sorry. Dang it.
We're-
I messed
Yeah.
up. The quote is, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
Yeah, they're pulling the Rorschach here as they're trying to pull in. Definitely seems like that Legion has been yinged while being stuck in. Ying is still trapped outside over on ventilation on that side. Trying to push in, not very successfully. Wasting Ying charges on the 2nd floor.
And now Sean Kocho has a goo mine in their feet. Gonna pull it out.
And note, 2 Candelas are gone, which is important for the downstairs.
Oh, the trade between
they're gonna
Keldev and
trade.
Sean.
That
It's
was,
definitely a good trade, though.
yeah, Valkyrie had likely already done her job. And there's that buck going down. Legion coming in hot here as we see that for the first time in a while, UOIT actually seems to be actively ahead in this race.
They still have control of 2nd floor, too.
Yeah, they're fighting hard to keep the control. Arden going off and trying to take down Epic. It's down to just Epic. 30 seconds to go. One goo mine will settle this. Oh, is he going to force Arden to push in? No, it looks like he's going to go ahead and use the charge to open the hatch.
I'm surprised nobody shot the charge through the hatch,
Oh,
considering it was soft. But yeah, that Maestro just chilling there, ready to come in.
Now, what did UOIT do different that round that won them that?
I think they just won more gunfights in general.
Also,
I was going
the
to point out the more aggressive roaming.
That
yeah,
is
the
true.
nutty early aggression where they just ran out the backside yellow stairs and gunned 2 of them down definitely was what won them that round. So now we see here the interesting play of they're going armory lockers, but we also see abandon here, which shows us their confidence in actually being able to juggle that wall. Also makes me wonder if they're going to ash underneath the wall as well. That's also a potential option here.
Oh no, they're
Or a
going
frost.
Frost.
It could be send up a 6 pick here. Maybe pull a good bait and switch, make them think they're not bringing bandit and swap to it.
Because this is actually a fairly decent lineup here if you're just doing a traditional.
Yep.
Yeah, the bait and switch, but also the ying into the blitz will definitely be some interesting counterplay.
I am sensing a rush here.
Yeah, depending on depending on where the Legion places stuff early, this might just be over really early and on either side.
UOIT,
Depends on how well they can actually clear the CCTV.
UOIT secured 3rd place last season using Blitz.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Just full disclosure here. Like, that last match, Blitz was instrumental in possibly the last 3 rounds in giving them at least 2 or 3 frags when Blitz entered sight. The fact
And
that
PSU doesn't know that they have blitz either.
I mean,
Now,
they
do you think they'll bring the spear or the LMG? Yes.
The LMG, yeah. You've been seeing that a lot lately, just because more bullets is better, especially when you have a finger boot.
The mouse one and never let go.
10 seconds
Yep.
remaining.
Also, it looks like we're going to try and get an early run out here in the front from the bandit.
I'm trying to come up with some sort of joke about holding with never letting go of that bullet. Gonna watch Wonderflow fib that one a little bit. Whee!
Yep, there's that early run out attempt. Or either that or
Blitz
that.
is just going for it.
Yeah, Blitz is just running into backside of sight there. It looks like they might even try to throwing some legions outside to hopefully catch that Blitz early that they may have seen. Ooh, that's
Blitz
cheeky.
is inside.
Oh,
That's cheeky. He got killed from the single hole there at prone level, peeking down long haul there.
That was so nasty.
That was an instrumental kill too. That really is going to hurt OUIT's push.
Just
Especially considering now all the smokes are gone.
trade there between from Divine for Keldav. But it looks like they're gonna go for the plant quickly here with Arden watching around the corner. This
Nobody knows they're there.
might be a bad call.
Yeah, nobody knows they're there because the echo drones aren't there. No one knows where they are. But it looks like they're going to try and get the run out from the Jaeger, but nobody knew they were there.
Oh, V-Money meets up with Arden, gets shot in the head. Arden takes some damage, almost getting traded for that smoke. UOIT is doing a bit of a run back here if they manage to get this round. Wonderful does not manage to heal Arden in time. That wouldn't help, actually. That was a headshot.
That is a whiffed smoke there. And now they're going to try and do the run out and check for that Finka who's proning out there who they don't see. Now they're going to try and go for it for the defuse with the double licker.
Oh, the shotgun!
They might have this. It looks like they do.
Yeah, because the long arm is just right outside of range there.
Defender mission success.
That shotgun was nasty.
Yeah, and that was a...
That was some...
That pick on the blitz was huge.
Yeah, that would have gone an entirely different direction if that prone hole wasn't there.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Thermite and Ash actually pushed into the site instead of going down the hallway because they saw Blitz die there to the Legion.
Yeah, and that was definitely the smart play. They just couldn't hold it. I think that shotgun run out was definitely the best idea. I'm still not entirely sure how they knew where the Finka was there in terms of which direction they were proning, but it also means that they may have not taken out the outside cams at that.
could be. It's possible.
I highly doubt it, but they didn't have a Valkyrie, so I'm not entirely sure how else they would have seen what side the Finka went on.
It also could have been a process of elimination if you saw like smoke kind of throw all the smokes in a certain area behind the AC unit.
Yeah, so and especially Finka boosted, you take twice as much damage from the smoke. That arbitrary fact that sometimes applies.
Sometimes. Looks like they're gonna go from Blitz to Monty. Interestingly enough, because Bank, they just brought the Monty. They never brought the Blitz.
I mean, that early kill on the Blitz is definitely disheartening. Six pick on the operator and just have him die and have him be the front of your push just really slowed them down there. I mean, they got the plant and they could get the retake, and not having a Blitz was definitely detrimental to them.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be almost entirely playing for the upstairs, looking at that sledge and Zofia that we're looking at. Also the IQ to catch the goose for the Monty is.
Okay, nothing too new about this defense. Castle there, making a little safe room so that you can watch that drop. Rotation into B.
Attackers recovered the
Nothing novel, actually. Not even, yeah, yeah, and you even have Armory just locked up against Hard Breach. And
Yeah, I mean, they have room to play it safe here. They're up 4. They just need to hold UOIT back for just a round.
the Endy Breach doesn't even matter. There's no Hard Breach.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just trying to push in an entirely different way this time. Oh, that was an accidental headshot. The guy was keeping the stairs a little bit too tight, and the dog just gets taken out.
That's gonna be. Well,
That's their only ACOG too, so that's gonna hurt a little bit, especially when trying to play long angles upstairs.
UOIT really does seem to be going after the upstairs. As we see breaching charges on the IQ, and I don't know about the Twitch.
Breach charge.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for the heavy upstairs take.
When they're probably
It also looks like
headshot on.
PSU
Yeah,
is really trying to keep them out of upstairs right now, especially with that bandit in the castle up there.
Oh, they don't. Oh, that was close.
Oh.
Yep. Okay, so they've entirely cleaned out the upstairs now, so now they have free reign of just opening up the floor. But he's just dropping it to sight. Now we get a goo, which might be problematic, but
Oh, Neohoi swing goes down to Keldev and great cheat.
There you
With a
go.
headshot instead.
this was the first commanding round we've actually seen out of UOIT. This was a very procedural roam here. Starting with the unfortunate kill on the dock. It looks like they're finally coming alive in the twilight hours of this match here.
PSU is definitely ready to contest that second floor with the dock, the Jaeger, and the bandit all upstairs.
I think it definitely seems to. They've won what? A defense round, and they've won an attack round. Right?
Yeah,
One of each.
Yeah, one of each.
and interestingly enough, both of the wins, or all 3 of the wins that we saw, were in fantastic fashion, and like similar to what we saw here. So I'm curious as to what they'll take from this one and apply to either the next rounds or the next game they play, where all of their wins are in amazing fashion, but their losses are either incredibly close or not even. Like, their wins are literally no contest, but their losses are also swinging exactly in the other way as well. Also, the Cav and the Cap can. Expecting lots of shields coming in and people actually not paying attention. However, the IQ will make that difficult for that Cap can to pan out there.
Well, that's given that the IQ is being brought for the gadget and not the gun. But then again, I can't blame Keldev. The Commando is a pretty good gun, but also, you know.
Yeah, it also looks like they're on the breaching charge plan again, just bringing all the ways to breach the top floor. So take top floor control, just totally open up the ceiling to get the vertical play going on.
We're also going to finally see a Claymore on UOIT for the first time, I believe.
That is a first.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah. They also have about 36,000 ways to breach open those castles,
Attackers have recovered their
which is definitely something we didn't see from UOIT when we saw it on the last map.
There are also 0 ways to break reinforced walls. Though I don't know if that'll play out much here, because a lot of these walls are just soft reinforced.
Have you noticed that Arden just doesn't move for the first 30 seconds of every round?
He's not there for the entry.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's Monty's job.
Yeah. Also interesting in the context of here that even though they have no hard breach, everything that they need is basically already open. It's only blocked up by castle, and they have about a million ways to open it. And that's okay. At least they got the refrag there.
That was huge though. They did give it the Monty early into the round.
Yeah.
I mean, those early picks on Monty were what lost UOIT the bank map. So let's see if they can bring this back here.
They did at least this time actually get the refrag immediately, which is significant gains from the last time where they narrowly where only one guy was lost.
I'm going ahead and doing due diligence with that droning. Bringing it over. It does see that goo mine go down. Not aware of anybody nearby. Sees the Capcan rotate. And is possibly ready for the shots. But Wonderful alerts the Capcan to his presence. And he goes back through the rotation.
Not much happening here after that first early pick on Monty with the refrag. It looks like Keldev is trying to open up a hatch, maybe get some sight lines down.
Just trying to find maybe somebody on their drone, sorry, on the cams, and pick up a lucky headshot. Oh!
And also one concussion mine is actually gone here as the Legion gets the headshot on the Ash. They use the concussion mine to try and flush the Capcan out of the. Oh, and that's the Cav getting a kill there too. Cav getting 2. Yikes! They've come totally flushing out the upstairs.
Oh.
And it looks like Cab monkeyed out and managed to get the Zofia.
Just the 3.
Yeah, again, that early pick onto Monty really destroyed UOIT's push. I feel like they kind of felt lost after that one.
Yeah, and they started breaching the upstairs and weren't watching their flanks, and then the Cav came in and got a 3K and cleaned up shop upstairs.
Wow.
I feel like UOIT really failed to adapt a lot. And even in both games, not as much in this game, they definitely did better adapting.
Yo, GG.
But I feel like
GG's
they
guys.
just fell short in reading and changing up. And they did try 2 or 3 different things, but aside for 2 rounds where they really commanded the game, nothing really worked out for them.
The other interesting thing to note here, which is a interesting thing to look at as a whole, if you look at the kill spread that we saw, the kill difference in between the 2 teams was literally 5. If you look at net kills, it was either 5 or 6, and you still had a 6-2 score line. So you have to wonder where are they missing that last kill or 2 to try and make the difference in the round, right? If the kills are so close already, and there's only like a 5 or 6 kill difference, like it may look like a blowout. However, the kills and the actual stats tell something different. So you have to wonder where UOIT is losing the closure that they should have, especially when they're making frags in almost every other instance except for 1v1s, as it seems.
I feel like it goes back to what we talked about on the first map, Bank. It seems like they are really solid at playing the first half of the round, and then they get to the second half of the round, and sometimes they fall apart. Like we see that one round where they did bring Blitz, and they did get the plant down. It was a very good quick plant, and it was executed besides the fact that Blitz was killed, but they didn't do a good job at preventing the retake. So I feel like their first half of their plan is really solid, and then it starts to fall apart halfway through the round when they get their 1 or 2 vital members of their team picked off.
Yeah, we see multiple times that UOITs actually have lost the post plant once they get the bomb down because they don't have a plan to hold it. Meanwhile, compared to PSU's post plant, their heavy use of claymores, hard angles, and just watching the flank, they completely shut it down once the bomb gets down.
Yeah, we see that in the kill line too, right? You see that they get the good first round closure and get it to the 1v1, which is what you want is either the attacker or the defender, and they just can't manage to finish it up when either it's a 1v1 or a 1v2. And that perfectly lines up with the only a 5 or 6 kill difference on the score line we saw.
All right. This has been a good post-mortem on UOIT versus PSU. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for the second match of the night. I wish we could have brought you guys a third match in between those two, but it just did not happen. Bohoja was too scary.
I apologize.
Anyways, that's going to be it for us here at CEA Siege. I have been Duke Karj.
I have been Coinman over here.
I'm a Bohoja.
And I'm King of Dopenshire.
You guys can also rep your Twitters if you'd like.
See, I'm the crazy man who just doesn't have the social medias.
I think it's just better if everyone just doesn't know my Twitter handle.
I think Dopin. Okay, that's where we're going with this.
All right.
And Dopenchar, you have one, right? I think I have it on the screen right now.
Yeah. I made one today.
Yeah. Yeah. So
timing.
so follow
Absolutely fantastic.
Dopenshire for his first jump into what is Twitter. But if you like the stream, please follow us. Please toss us. Yeah, just toss us a follow for now. We are going to be working on upping our production quality. This has been the 4-man cast late night. Thank you very much. Have a good night.